Say, you got to earn your liberation. Say, Coney, you got to earn your liberation. People will watch, like, people that's grooming me this round. Like it, yo, all the garments, pulse up, earn your liberation.
Yes, yes, yes. What's up, world? Welcome to another edition of Earn Your Liberation right here on BPM. Geechee, y'all, Jared Ball. You know, the diva's doing his thing. He can't.
What's happening? What's happening?
This dude, boy, I tell you, boy. Where's your man at?
He got to make his entrance, man. He got to do his thing.
Yeah.
It might be preparing for the economics. Who knows?
Yeah, we got a lot to get into today. What's up, everybody? Like, share, subscribe, support our Patreon because we're still in that demonetized wilderness.
Yo, since we demonetized, we can like play music and it's not going to censor us now, because we already demonetized, right?
I mean, we could still. I mean, they could. I mean, depending on what it is, they could still block the video or take the video down or whatever. Okay. But yeah, I mean, we don't have to worry about getting losing ad revenue because we can't generate any. So if you want to support the platform, and please do continue to head over to Patreon, and we're encouraging people to move their memberships over there anyway. So if you were a member of the YouTube channel, keep your subscription, but move the financial commitment to Patreon. And and otherwise, if you're not looking to support materially, just keep liking, sharing, commenting, putting this in your socials, let folks know we still here, and come on through.
I got it.
Why is he asking for the link? Why is he asking for the link? Log in.
Come on, man. You asking, it's like asking Rick Wall's question, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway. What's up, Andy? Shout out to Andy and his big brother who came through all the way down from New York. Appreciate y'all coming through.
Yeah, man. I did. I was hoping Diallo would be here for that, but I really, yeah. Where is Dr. Mingo?
Dr. Mingo.
I had a great time last Sunday, so I'll just start there. Big shout out to everybody that came through. It was, to me, I mean, damn near perfect. I mean, it was really a good time. You don't need to remember. It's in the emails I've sent everyone.
I'm gonna send them the link, man.
It's
all right, man. Dr. Mingo for president, yeah. Actually, Dr. Mingo, the link's for him.
Yo, man.
But anyway, so yeah,
hell yeah, man. First of all, the vegan jerk chicken that I had over at TNAT, that spot, man.
So you know it's difficult though. So DC Joe Black was there, I guess. But
oh really?
I guess if you say you eat your leftover, I don't know how, but I think other than the people that you actually know and you talk to often, seeing people who might be something in the chat that you would probably not see based off of their face, I think that's kind of cool and interesting at the same time.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I didn't realize I had met DC Joe Black. That's what's up. But yeah, man, we will. I think I realized what the issue was with the mics, by the way, for the and is Geechee frozen again? Yep, Geechee's back on the bad internet.
This is brand new internet. I'm about to curse some people out.
And is that a brand new mic? Because I feel like it's I don't know.
It's what?
I don't know. It's not. I don't know. Maybe it's the room. It's fine. It's fine.
Nah, man. Gotta get.
Nah,
right.
DC. My house. My son would have ate the food up before me. Oh, okay. So you weren't there? Now I'm confused. But it was a very good time. I think I do think I realized what we did wrong with the mics. We should have had the mic I was on should have been connected with the mic that was in the crowd, and you and Diallo should have been on the other two. And I think that would have solved the problem. But Geechee's again frozen. So yeah. Now you're muted.
I'm gonna log out and come back, man. I don't know what's going on, man. I just they tell me this is the best internet.
All right. So while Geechee's doing that and Diallo's getting himself together, I would just continue to tell everybody how much I had a good time. And I appreciate all the folks that came through. Folks came from DC, Virginia, New York that I know of, obviously Baltimore. And we had a good crowd. We had a really good crowd online. So shout out to everybody who was there. And oh man, Diallo is just yeah, folks. I'm not gonna front. I find it frustrating as hell when people are asking for stuff that we should have been doing before the show. But it is what it is. So just excuse me for a second so I can get Diallo what he should have had a long time ago in terms of these accesses. None of this should be happening during the show. Oh man. Yeah, we had a new mic set up, and I think the mics are fly. The wireless magnetic mics are fly, but we just didn't have. It was a first time issue. So I think we'll have that together next time. There you go. Finally. Look. Do you know you're here? Can you hear me?
What?
Do you hear me? Nope. So, yeah, one mic did fly. Yeah, it was a little dust up there in the middle for a few minutes. It was a little dust up. But there's at least a part of that I did want to talk about.
What's going on?
You late. You wild late.
I was well on time. I couldn't log in.
Not even close. That's exactly. You late getting the information that you had for a long time. That's what I'm saying.
I shouldn't
That's
be
the whole
here.
point.
Listen.
You shouldn't be here. Is that
I shouldn't have
what
to
it
go
comes
through
down?
all that.
You shouldn't have to go through. You shouldn't have to log in like the rest of us.
I did log in when I first joined the channel. All this new stuff, man. All this compensation.
Oh, all the change. Oh, the little bit of change and a new login. Yeah, no, none of us should have to be dealing with any of this, Diallo. And yet we still struggle. And yet we still here.
That's it. It's the animal farm.
Oh man, struggle. That's what you got to do, Diallo. You got to struggle. You got to
not for struggle's sake. Well, I tell you, we only struggle against people with power. Damn it. Tea candle going out. Whew. Anyway, how you doing? Hey, dear.
I'm good. I'm
Wonderful.
good. Although my incense cone went out.
What did I miss?
Nothing. Geechee can't, his internet's not working. You late. I was just talking about how much I enjoyed the event Sunday.
I'm glad somebody enjoyed it.
You didn't have a good time.
There were some serious issues.
Yes.
But I don't even care, because a lot of things that I said, a lot of my predictions came true. And as you know, the saying goes, I love to say I told you so. So
are you going to be more specific than that? What did you predict that happened?
I said that Kalonji was just a symptom, not the problem. And that Black Power media would be a reservoir for dysfunctional behavior. And I would say that the event in Baltimore validated my conclusions. But y'all don't hear me. No, y'all not ready for that. So let's just move on. Y'all not ready for these.
No, I am ready for that. I just think you're wrong.
Just get ready. Get some more logins hooked up.
I think the approach is incorrect.
Get ready for more demonetizations and
what
more
the hell did I walk back into?
Let's just go. Let's just keep.
Diallo said that Sunday confirmed his prediction that BPM would be a reservoir for dysfunctional behavior.
Oh, wow.
But life and struggle and community, we have been thrown into a reservoir of dysfunction. So that's where the struggle is, and that's where you and I think have a difference in response to that. That's what being engaged in organizational work often entails. And it's easy if you're just an independent contractor, but if you're working with a group, you have to be able to struggle through stuff like that. And to me, see, this is what the thing was. That's not BS.
Yes, it is.
Hold on, Geechee. No. Hold on. So then what is the corrective action, since you are now part of the collective? Because you just keep complaining. You keep complaining in our chat and here, but you are part of the collective. So what are you contributing? What are you committing to do to contribute to the solution?
First of all, there's a difference between being subjected to dysfunction and facilitating dysfunction. There's a big difference between the two.
Who's facilitating dysfunction? Who's facilitating dysfunction? But you are part of Black Power Media, so therefore you are by default facilitating.
Well, when I make assertions, when I make claims, when I make suggestions, I'm accused of complaining. You just said all you do is complain. I put some things.
Diallo, because you complain to me in the chat, but you don't come to the group with your corrective solutions.
Have you been?
You're not even reading the emails. So what is it that
I'm done reading emails for what?
So then what is the plan? So then you can't just come to our group chat and complain about BPM and expect something to happen.
I came to the meetings as well. I come to the meetings as well.
That's the struggle. So who's facilitating?
That's not my struggle, dog.
So you're leaving the collective?
No.
So then what are you saying? You just
listen. Well, I mean, I think that's kind of the point, though.
Hold on, but you're facilitating the problem if you're saying I'm just a passenger.
No, I'm not facilitating the problem.
You absolutely are, because you're just saying there's a problem, but I'm just a passenger. You all fix it.
Plural. I think you skipping the fact that he said he's riding along. So he's riding along. That means he has no investment in altering or changing or struggling through it.
He's just going from point A to point B.
I act like reality is real. I can't function. Listen, reality is real. Atlanta is indeed in America, and I'm not going to act like Atlanta ain't in America. So I'm not going to continue to engage in something that I see that there's no movement, there's no change, and then I'm just going to keep doing the same thing. So what I've actually done has just, realize what my true status is and act according to reality, as opposed to act according to these non-reality. I'm just doing what I have the capacity to do, and I'm not going to try to do things that I don't have the capacity to do.
But who has more capacity? And that's what I've been trying to explain. And what has been misunderstood about BPM from the beginning, with this assumption about an owners and a founders group, that there is some dictatorial decision-making authority that doesn't exist. So that's why I keep saying you are part of the collective. And if you're saying you're not empowered to do something, you're misrepresenting what's actually going on right now through the process. That's literally, you're completely misrepresenting it. And then you're also abdicating your own responsibility and saying it's just on y'all.
Listen, if I had power, if I had control, we wouldn't be demonetized. We wouldn't even be called Black Power Media anymore.
Exactly. If you had dictatorial control, which you don't, none of us do.
We wouldn't have to sit across from abusers and bad actors and people acting in bad faith, jawboning at us about what principles. It wouldn't be none of that.
This is what collective struggle entails, Diallo. None of us have the dictatorial power.
Struggle. It's unnecessary. We putting up with shit in the name of shit that we shouldn't have to put up with.
Again,
now,
so
let me just tell everybody what's going on. Because y'all even talking about, oh, don't talk. We can't tell people what's going on. We can tell people how to engage struggle. We can tell people about the nature.
Because there was a collective agreement, Diallo.
About everything, but we can't tell people about the internal dysfunction of our own network. So the bottom line is, when we go to have an event, and the people who are aligned with us in the same organization as us, who's supposed to be our associate, our partners, and we work within the collective, show up with bad intent and behave in bad and aggressive and even violent ways, and there's no consequences, and then they go online afterwards telling lies and validating each other's lies, and there's no consequence. Nobody says nothing. We just all go on. And like I said, everybody, like I said in the few meetings that I did show up to, Kalanji is a symptom. He's not the problem. And y'all acting like once he's gone, everything will be fixed.
Nobody did that. See, that's now you're misrepresenting.
You got people like Jackie Lukman and Erica carrying on in his legacy. So the dysfunction is not an individual, it's in the structure. And I can't even talk about it. I'm not even supposed to be saying this, right? So, but let's
nobody said what you so first of all, you're misrepresenting what has gone on and what's happened. First of all, it is misrepresentative to say that there are no consequences and that nothing is happening.
Oh, good. I missed that meeting.
No, I'm not talking about this. Hold on, Geechee, please let me finish. Wait. Well, go ahead then, Geechee. I was literally in the middle of saying, but go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm literally saying he doesn't let people finish. Once they start talking, he automatically just goes into it. So that's actually what I'm saying. But also the idea of Kalanji or whoever, I'm curious what you think these symptoms are. So one of the symptoms is obviously going apart from the collective, centering themselves above the collective, trying to be dictator or whatever you call the word over the collective. And so you're saying these people are doing that, but wouldn't you say that there's some other characteristics that he displayed that not only the people you're trying to name, but it seems like all of us have some shit that we struggling with. But it don't seem like when you're part of a collective, you don't have to be held accountable for internal shit. Like you can always say like, oh, somebody doing this and this is doing this, but there's really no internal reflection of how something might come to. So it just seems like, along with, I'm not calling it complaining, but I feel like there's a lot of finger pointing and, oh, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm just here for the ride or whatever, as opposed to you're not a part of a collective that you're supposed to struggle with.
So first of all, you're conflating and misrepresenting. What happened with Kalanji is one thing. And I agree that it was representative of some issues we have with the collective. To conflate that with the exchange with you and Jackie at the event Sunday misrepresents everything.
We're gonna call it an exchange.
I'm gonna call it that for now.
Wow.
Okay. Now, I'm saying it that way to make a point. We can get into it. I'm happy to get into it. What I'm saying is you're misrepresenting the situation. To then say that what happened Sunday is because of a problem that is not being addressed within BPM is also a misrepresentation. It misrepresents we haven't even had a chance or attempted to engage off the record or anywhere else what happened Sunday. There's been no, and this is what happens in collective struggle. So you just said it so well yourself, Diallo. If it was up to you, this and that and third wouldn't have happened. If it was up to you, this, that, but you came to an existing collective as an individual, willfully walked into that collective, invited to that collective to participate as part of that collective. And then
speaking up from day one.
And
even
then
though y'all tell me not to.
And then you are watching, you should be seeing a process happening behind the scenes that is addressing the Kalanji issue. We haven't had a chance to address what happened Sunday in any organized way. So to come here now and act like they're one and the same, that there are no differences, to conflate Jackie's behavior with Kalanji's, that's not accurate. That's not fair. That's not fair. And then to act like no one is trying to correct it while you yourself are an equal part of that collective, saying right here publicly, I'm just here for the ride, then my man, then if you're going to continue to act like an individual contractor in a collective, in an attempted organized cooperative effort, you're always going to run into issues. This is the problem. All of us could say, if it were up to me, X, Y, and Z would have happened. X, Y, and Z would have happened. Things that I, as Jared, have wanted to do, I'm not able to do because I've agreed to work as part.
Should have done, been done, did it.
Okay, but then you are then in my eyes, you are committing the worst offense of abdicating responsibility to the collective that you agreed to and what is supposed to be an organized effort. If we're all going to be out here acting on what we think should happen as individuals when we think, then obviously no collective action can work. No cooperative can work.
First of all, you keep using these words, collective, principles.
I didn't say the word
if
principles.
We are a member of a collective and I am to join a collective, it has to be clear what the parameters, what the purpose, mission, protocols, requirements, expectations of that collective are. So if I am acting outside of the standards, protocols, expectation, mission of the collective, you should be able to hold up to me and be like, look, bro, Diallo, here's the collective standard, and this is where you've gone awry. But a collective isn't simply us saying, hey, let's all get together and do something. It requires more than that. And those standards have not been.
So did you do that? Did you do that after Sunday? Did you go to the collective with your concerns? Did you say I don't like what happened?
What I've been doing since the first day I appeared on Black Power Media. I have been articulating my issues and concerns. My wife has. I've been ongoing dialogue. I've showed up at meetings. I sat at meetings watching people being abused, watching their concerns being articulated and then dismissed immediately after they're articulated. I've said that right in the meeting, like, what the hell is going on here in the meeting, the closed
and it
door,
got addressed in the meeting, Diallo.
You
are totally misrepresenting everything right now.
What's happening here?
Totally
misrepresenting their concerns, and then Sundiata's like, okay, let's move on.
This is disappointing. This is disappointing. I don't want to do this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. We got to bring this to the collective because this is inappropriate.
That's where we end up. Oh, you have the power. You have the video. Oh, you're speaking. We don't want to hear it. That's not true. Let's move on.
That's not true. I didn't say I don't want to hear it. I've been telling. And I said, I'm not doing it here. And I've been telling you from day one, Diallo, bring it to the collective and let's talk about it off air. You waited all week. You waited all week. You waited all week to come here and do this.
Did. Yes, and I shouldn't have had to. I should have been contacted immediately and been like,
you didn't have to. But you didn't have to.
What happened?
You willfully walked away from working with part of a collective and an agreement you agreed to.
Who reached out to me after the incident?
So listen, man.
Who reached out to any of us?
Hey, could y'all pause for a second?
No, I will not. Absolutely.
I mean, you just said you didn't want to do it on air.
I'm not
stopping. Done on air. All this behind door gag order shit. What's this gag order? Like some NDAs and shit?
It's not a gag order, an NDA. It was a a collectively agreed upon tactic that everyone agreed to that has nothing to do with what happened Sunday.
I never agreed to it. And I will never agree to no shit like that.
Oh, well, then we're not part of a collective then. I didn't know
I am
that.
part
All
of a
right, word,
collective,
bet.
but I'm
No,
also,
you're not.
I'm also
You're not.
going to agree. I articulated my disagreement. I told you ahead of time that I'm not only do I not agree with this, I will go out and speak publicly about this. I told
On
y'all
your
everything ahead of time.
platform. That was the
haven't done
agreement.
anything
Nah. Oh,
that I
wow,
did not
Diallo, you're
engage
tripping.
the collective to
That's
inform them. But
You
again, like I
you
said,
never addressed the
y'all
collective with this
focusing on
issue.
symptoms
You
and
never
not
went
core
to
problems.
you never went to the
I
you
have
never
us
went to
in
the
a
collective with this
situation
issue.
again and
You never
again
went to the
and
collective with this issue. You never
which
brought
issue
this
did
issue
I
to the
never go to
collective.
the collective
The one
with?
you're bringing right here today. You never did it.
I can't even speak on what happened.
Nobody told you can't.
Did we even articulate what happened?
Diallo, first of all, so because you were late and didn't have your stuff together this morning, you missed the fact that I already said I wanted us to discuss it, and there was a way for us to discuss it. This is not it. It was not. I was not. You did not bring your concerns about Sunday to any cooperative, to the group, to the collective.
What's the point?
And you did not tell the collective. You never told the collective that you were not going to agree to the
y'all don't want Dr. Mingo on here because she's a lot more outraged than I am, and she saw a lot more than I saw because I was up front engaging and conducting and fulfilling.
Then she should also have been talking to us and to the group.
She has.
Come out.
But that's the point.
I haven't had a conversation with her. And we haven't had a conversation with anybody with their whole collective.
What you get.
Wow.
The conversation has started. The conversation has started already.
All right, man. But I'm not in the conversation. The rest of the collective's not in it.
Yeah, the rest of the collective has not been in the conversation yet. But the conversation.
So what conversation? What collaborative step could have been taken if I'm not in it and no one else is in it?
I mean,
that's exactly what I'm saying is not supposed to be. That is, to me, not how it's supposed to work. And you did agree to work as part of a collective, and then you did agree, and you never said to anybody, I'm gonna go back on our collective platform and publicly go against what we all agreed to. You never did that. You never did that, Diallo. So what you're saying here is complete nonsense.
I've always
and what's worse is that this is what for me, where I keep finding myself, where I largely agree in terms of the politics and the argument. I'm disagreeing in terms of the behavior and the tactics. And this is I'm
the one misbehaving.
Incredibly frustrating.
I'm the one misbehaving.
I didn't say you're misbehaving. I didn't use that language. I said you made an agreement with the collective and you are now walking away from it.
I have fully stood up for and fulfilled everything I agreed to.
Incorrect.
Which one?
That's incorrect.
Because
what you're doing right now,
operating in darkness.
It was not a gag order.
Keeping shit close that doesn't need to be kept close.
First of all, the agreement was a tactical agreement around Kalanji. What you're talking about in terms of what happened Sunday has nothing to do with that. And you never talked about that with the collective.
That's your refusal to make connections. That's your mistake.
It's not a mistake. It's not. There's no connection. The connection to be made in a conversation.
Y'all making some bad calls and some bad moves. And if you don't evaluate, if we can't be self-critical, if we can't look eternally.
Nobody said don't be self-critical. We are being self-critical. You're walking away from the process. You don't accept criticism and you don't accept self-criticism. You all don't engage in self-criticism and you don't do it with the collective.
I'm ready. And Ricky, you can stay in the comments all you want, talking about how you don't watch the show while you right there commenting.
This guy.
But I'll talk. Listen, what the hell? If you don't want me to talk about shit you do, don't do shit around me and don't do shit to me. Shit, that's that simple. Leave me out of that shit. Don't be coming around me because I'm gonna talk about it. I'm very clear on what needs to be held close, what shouldn't be made public. And 90% of the stuff y'all want held close and not to be public should be blared out to the world. Should be.
And yet you haven't said that to anybody. You haven't talked about that with us.
And a lot of the secrecy going on in Black Power media.
It's not secrecy.
Only protecting bad actors.
You're totally misrepresenting. It's not secrecy.
Harming people who are targeted by bad actors.
You don't. This is totally wildly wrong. You are wildly wrong.
So I don't know how long. I don't know
secrecy. It's misrepresenting. This is what I'm saying. Y'all when you do that, you misrepresent. I'll speak for myself. You wildly disrespect and misrepresent the work I've put in. To sit here and act like anybody's trying to.
I've seen you get victimized. I hear you talk about how you're
sit there and act like anybody has. To sit. That's first of all, that's not true. You goddamn know that's not true.
Oh, good.
You
glad.
goddamn know that I did not sit there and quietly get this and that. Nobody did that. The point is,
I've seen people lie in
addressed
your
it.
face, Jared, and you sat there quiet. I saw people sit there, call your name out, lie on you to your face, and you sat there quiet.
No,
Am I
I
wrong?
waited. You are wrong. I waited my turn and then I addressed all of them directly. What are you talking about?
At some other time?
You were on the call.
Yes. The one where Coco was calling you out and saying your name, you said something?
Diallo, you are
that.
You know what, my man? You know what, everybody? I think I'm out. Y'all have a good one.
So now what you want to do?
But I'm never not going to listen. Y'all brought me on here to articulate facts, to articulate truth, to articulate analysis, and I'm going to do it, or I can not do it. And I was, like Jared said, I was brought into something that had some issues going on that I was completely made unaware of until I was directly threatened and I was directly targeted. And then we go to an event. We have a successful event, and it's all love. And the people who are supposed to be our allies and comrades and partners in a cooperative show up and behave in bad faith, throwing our equipment. And then they go online after the event telling lies about people and perpetuating the assault by telling lies. And then Erica's on there talking about telling people who saw it on tape, like, this is what happened. And Erica's like, you weren't there, I was there. So she perpetuates.
Diallo, give me a second. Give me a second.
I can't rock with shit like that. What kind of?
I hear you, but give me a second. So to me, it seems like you have this idea of whenever you speak out about what happened, it's the absolutely truth, right? And let me finish. And anybody who has a different perspective or a different experience or a different approach, they get demonized or they get talked to as if like they're not the principal one, they're not the right one. And so every time you have this thought of like you're coming to you're telling the truth, it does become misrepresented because it's like it sounds like you don't see anything outside of how you saw things or how you experienced things. And when Jared just started talking about self-criticism, you said I'm ready, but you never said one thing that you did wrong or something that you did that could antagonize or whatever. Like you don't do self-criticism in these spaces when you're saying you're coming to call out the bad actors and the bad things. And so I guess I'm not sure how you think that by you coming to tell your side and telling what you believe is true is speaking the truth when other people are not here to defend themselves. And sometimes even when they're here to defend themselves, it's not like you allow them to finish talking, right? Right as they start, you cut them off and start like hogging the mic or whatever. So I'm just not sure how you think these things should be handled. Either you are for the right and you ain't gonna say or do shit, or you're gonna struggle with the collective. And you walked into it. Obviously, there were some things you didn't know, but as you saw things are complicated or have issues, and you committed to working through it, then something had to be built. And so when people are taking their time to build a process for something that wasn't there, it's like you shitting on them. Like you said, oh, we don't have the principle. So we building the principles, we trying to restructure the whole thing. Either you there to help us or you not there to help us. Like it's one or the other. It seems like you just like dropping in when you want, kind of doing your own thing and saying this, but then saying, oh, I ain't got nothing to do with it. Y'all doing this, y'all doing that. I mean, I just think that's quite wild. And I mean, and not only Jared, but it can be disrespect for everybody on the platform, as if like you're not a part of the collective. But I mean, the show is shot at this point.
Geechee, you're saying I'm not self-critical. You're saying that I'm speaking as though I'm absolute truth. I'd like to hear specifically, what have I said that wasn't absolute truth?
So one, I'm not about to go run down and run down on everything that you said that wasn't or was not true.
I don't everything that I said. Geechee,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I said. When you ask me a question, I try to answer you.
And then you turn around like I'm not going to. But go ahead. Tell me.
What I'm saying is I can't go down a list of everything. What I'm saying is I can't go down the list of everything. Like, I mean, the way you try to posture yourself and then present a situation. So you want me to go and say, walk down everything that you said was true. So for instance, in terms of gag,
wasn't true. What did I say that was not true? What am I misrepresenting?
All right, so let me finish. So part of the thing is when you say we can't talk about it, about what happened Sunday, that's untrue because nobody said that. There's no gag order on what happened on Sunday.
I'm talking about it right now. But this is the way people react.
Okay, what I'm saying, no, stop. You just asked me. I gave you one example.
I'm talking about it right now, and you see what happened. Jared jumps off, and I'm the bad guy. But when I talk about it,
that's the thing about account. Like I don't think you can take account. That's the thing about account. I don't think you can take account.
Not with the collective.
I don't think you could take account, and I think that's the point. So you literally just said it. We have you on video saying we can't talk about it. Jared contradicts that and said that's not what happened. And then now you just say Jared jumped off and like I'm supposed to be the bad guy. That's literally sound like somebody who's not taking account for any fucking thing that happened this morning.
You're not
like
speaking.
You don't have no capacity to take account for anything that happened this morning.
Yeah, I'm willing to take account. Let me know where I'm wrong. Let me know where I'm wrong, and I'll take account.
So again, I gave you an example. Of something that you was wrong about. You said You said that we wasn't supposed to talk about what happened Sunday.
I didn't know.
You said you didn't have the space to talk about it. And you said you basically said you had to wait till Friday to come bring all this up. But you did have.
I didn't say that. I didn't have to wait till Friday. I didn't say any of that. My position is I think somebody should have spoke up and reached out to us. Like I said,
somebody did. Wait, stop there. Let me finish.
Let me finish. And now I'm going to say what I have to say because I'm listening.
One second. I'm sorry. So listen, you said somebody should have stepped up. Somebody should have stepped up. Listen, let me finish.
Please don't mute me.
I think this is
now because you already heard everything you had to say, and now you want to try to cut me off.
All I need to do is say one thing. One thing. No, go on. So you said you think somebody should have reached out. Did you and Kamal and Dr. Mingo have y'all not spoken?
I haven't spoken to anybody. Erica.
So Erica did speak to Dr. Mingo. Kamal did speak to Dr. Mingo. So this idea, I think somebody has to be right. You know damn well somebody reached out. You know damn well the conversation started.
Didn't nobody reach out?
So how is Kamal and Dr. Mingo in dialogue?
He didn't call her to talk about that.
The question is how are they in dialogue? Are they not in dialogue?
Yeah.
Okay. And have we had a collective meeting? And have we had a collective meeting since?
No.
Okay. So are you serious right now? So they're in dialogue. The conversations immediately started. I'm sure Jared and them are talking about it in back. The conversation is started. And we haven't had a collective meeting yet, but you're going to represent this idea of like, oh, I can't say nothing, so I got to wait till Friday to say something. This shit is already having a conversation.
I had to wait till Friday to say something. I never said that I had to wait till Friday to say something.
But you did. And that's what you did.
That.
I mean, that's
what you did.
I promise you did.
But that's what you did. I don't care what you said, but you did wait until Friday.
I never felt
you never sent any message to me. You never went before the collective.
You were there.
You never said
what can I tell you?
My point is you never said after Sunday.
I'm not leaving BAP out of this because BAP was a part of
it. Nobody said hold up. But you never went to the collective at BPM or with EYL and said, let's talk about what happened Sunday and let's find some corrective measure.
What's the point?
Because you're in a collective, Diallo. You agreed to work within a collective, Diallo. You're not an independent contractor, despite how you might see yourself and how you clearly are behaving.
It seems like it's all about stifling.
Then leave.
Getting done.
Then leave it. Then leave it. You could leave right now. Diallo, you could leave right now. Then Diallo, leave right now. Take yourself off screen and dip.
I don't have any reason. I haven't done anything wrong.
Then dip.
I have not violated anything in the collective.
Nobody currently in the collective has done anything worthy of leaving. But nobody in the collective has done anything worthy of removal. No one has done anything, by my eyes, in the collective worthy of removal. What has happened is worthy of some discussion. You have not been willing to engage in that.
Wow.
So if you don't want to work in but
Diallo,
Diallo, you can't both stay in the collective and not work within the collective. So you are going to have to make a choice, or then the collective will have to decide to remove you. Then maybe we will have to remove you. Then Diallo, we will remove. I will.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It has to start with me. I'm sorry it's starting with me.
What?
I'm getting
it didn't start with you. That's what you're misrepresenting here. That's what you're misrepresenting here. That's what you're misrepresenting here, Diallo. That's what you're misrepresenting. You know full well, Diallo. You know full well, Diallo, that none of what you just said is true. There have always what continues to what you should know better, and what you're willfully misrepresenting on purpose right now is that you know that there have been long form attempts and efforts to deal with issues behind the scenes. No one has sat quietly. No one has sat. And then the process has finally gotten to what I thought was the greatest point ever. And then here you go dragging us right back down over nonsense.
It's me.
Right now it is, because you are the one currently abrogating all responsibility and your already agreed commitment to the collective.
What responsibility am I abrogating? What responsibility?
Bringing this discussion in this way to the platform. Nobody, see, again, you're misrepresenting. Nobody said don't speak up, but you equating, and maybe this is the pitfall of your individual. This is the pitfall of your individual independent media work. You have thought that when you go in front of a microphone, that is you saying the problem into the world and addressing it. And that's not the same thing. What you should have been doing is bringing this back to the collective and saying, yo, we have a major issue here. We need to address this. And then all of the conversations that are already have begun, which you know have begun, could have been made more substantive. This is not helpful. This just invites a whole bunch of confusion and more of your misrepresentation, which is going to be magnified by people in the chat who have even less information than you do.
They should have all the information. Ain't no reason.
That's absurd. No, that is ridiculous.
To not speak publicly about what you did.
Oh my gosh. Yo, so crazy. Tell me this: is it possible? Is it possible?
What you're saying acknowledges your lack of actual experience with real organizational work. There is zero. Even when you ran your vegan business, you would have not run every decision and discussion by all of your customers and invite all of them to comment on every business decision and every conflict that was happening behind the scenes or in the kitchen. So what you're saying is patently ridiculous. And your behavior this morning is just as bad.
Can you tell me the specific things that
I don't think we have. Listen, we 42 minutes in.
What you said publicly, saying that we have not been dealing with issues, that there's been a gag order, that you've been silenced, that nobody's trying to address anything. All of that is complete nonsense.
Super victim.
Bringing the issue this way to the table this way this morning is nonsense.
Is it possible that we can?
I'm free to speak on anything I want to speak on whenever I want to speak on it.
Of course, because you're an individual, not working as part of a group or a collective. Congratulations, an independent contractor. Of course you can.
I don't know how possible it is for us to get to any of the topics. Because we are at 45 minutes in. Do y'all want to finish the show, or y'all want to end like this, or what do y'all want to do? Can we do the show or no?
Do we have a show? I mean, Diallo said he's not even part of the group. He's not even part of the collective anymore.
I think.
So then Diallo, peace, my man.
Listen, Jared, you didn't have to go back there.
But like I said,
wait, real quick. If Diallo showed up today, maybe to talk about the topics as well, as long with this, we talked about this and derailed us. I'm sure he's prepared to talk about the topics that we all plan to talk about.
He's not part of the collective. It doesn't want to be. So then dip.
I think emotions
you can't
are high.
be in and out at the same time.
People are talking highly emotional right now.
I'm not being emotional.
Of course you are. Everybody has emotions. Everybody has emotions. Everybody has emotions.
Ridiculous. I'm emotional. I'm pissed. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm pissed. You got that right. I should be.
You should have been pissed Sunday.
I was appropriately pissed, and I've been appropriately pissed since Sunday. But again, I just didn't feel a need to come here and misrepresent anything, as you have. And what you've done here has been of no help. No help.
All right, so we can all acknowledge that.
My only issue.
My question, real quick, Jared, it's almost like I'm in an airplane right now. Y'all two are in the exit rows. Can y'all help? Can we fly this plane and get to the next topics?
Jared. No, I don't think that's appropriate.
So we should end the show.
I think that
because I don't think we should sit there and argue for like 2 hours.
Let me tell y'all something. I think that it is appropriate. To me, what happened on Sunday was unacceptable. What happened in the aftermath and the discussions going online is inappropriate. And I think, again, it is a symptom of some serious issues within the deep core of Black Power media. I was disrespected. My wife was disrespected. You and I, Geechee and Jared, we were disrespected.
I agree.
And it was
all of that I agree with.
It was taken as, hey, that's just something that happens. I don't think
that's not true. That's where we disagree.
It happened in public. It should be addressed in public.
Diallo,
yes,
but
nobody said Diallo, we addressed in public though.
First of all, we were going to address it. I was happy to address it. I was waiting to address it. But the way you've addressed it in making it, in misrepresenting what has been happening behind the scenes is the problem. That's the problem.
Well, if you recall in the last meeting I went to, when we went around the group in the Zoom call and you asked everybody what was going on, and I said right there, I'm not happy with the rate, the direction. I'm not happy with the progress. And I said, and I was very clear, go back, it was recorded. And everybody acted like I didn't say it. In the meeting where Sundiata was
I understand that, but we've met since then, and we also agreed, all of us,
I'm not finished.
But you cut me off, Diallo. What are you talking about? You're not finished.
Okay.
What you mean you're not finished? But damn. I mean, you
trying to articulate an issue. Because you keep telling me about how we're having meetings and we're working on it. I've sat and looked people in the eyes, and they've sat there and said these things and
Diallo,
out clearly.
Kalani,
and it's as if they said nothing.
Have not had a meeting as a body since Sunday.
I'm not even talking about this issue. What happened on Sunday, and a lot of
you said they're all connected. You're conflating them, and then you're misrepresenting the process that's being used to address it. There's an ongoing process right now. We're trying to do evolve the process right now. So for you to come here and misrepresent that that's not happening and that people have gag ordered you and silenced you is all nonsense when you were there in the discussion and in the agreement as to why tactically we would not address publicly what was going on with Kalonji. What happened Sunday, which we haven't even, I think, fully explained to the audience who may not have all seen it, is I don't disagree that there are reverberating or parallel issues, but it is not connected and should have been addressed in the more appropriate way we're developing now as a result of the last battle. So, and then to equate what Jackie did Sunday with what Kalonji has been doing is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's unfair. And I am with you. I do not agree with Jackie's behavior. I do not agree with how any of that went. But for me, it was more or less not routine, but something that I've seen happen in these spaces all the time. I did not think, again, it was an existential crisis. It was something that needed to be addressed. We have been addressing it. We should address it more as part of a collective discussion to figure out blah, blah, blah. All of that is and should be happening. But for you to come here and just say that because I'm going to rant it because I can say whatever I want to say, of course you can. But that defeats the purpose of collective action when somebody says I can do whatever I want to do. Of course.
I also think it's important to realize that, again, you call it silos or whatever. There are people that's willing to defend their people right or wrong. And I think that's a struggle, as you said, that we will deal with in this particular collective, because if people are willing to be like, me and Jared, we in the same group, so it don't matter what they do, I'm standing with them. Yeah, obviously that's gonna be a fucking problem. But between the chat and the audience and all this other stuff, like there has to be some level of understanding that people have different motives, different personalities, and reading audiences, that if you say certain things, you might set somebody off, or somebody going to respond in a certain type of way. And when they respond in a way, again, it's not excusing that somebody throw a mic or curse you out or whatever else case may be. But you also should probably know, like we talked about together, you should know that if you say a particular thing, somebody's going to respond a particular way. And again, I'm not excusing the way they respond, but when they respond in a particular way, if that's a conflict within an organization, it has to be worked through. And saying that, we're not working through the process. I'm being gagged and all of that. Like, that's just like you can acknowledge that is wrong. That's not true. And you asked me, what was one thing I said untrue? That's one example. And oftentimes whenever you go, like you say a whole bunch of stuff and a bunch of things at one time, and then all of a sudden, like everything you said was true. Just name one thing that I said wasn't true, and then we just did. But you still ain't taking account of that.
I think it's rather telling that I'm sitting here articulating my position and my views, and Jared just told me to get off the channel and that I would be kicked off the channel. You can say whatever you want.
But again, you're misrepresenting. That's a lie. What you just said is a lie. You're lying. I didn't say that. What I said was, what you said was, I'm not going to be part of the collective. So that's when I invited you to leave. That's what happened. It's not because you said what you wanted to say. And as I said from the beginning of the show, I intended it for us to have a discussion. I thought we were going to have a discussion about what happened Sunday. So nobody has gagged you. Nobody's trying to silence you. What I said was, if you are going to say I'm not part of the collective, then you should leave. And I stand by that. And I say it again. If you don't want to be part of it, if you don't want to work with it, if you don't want to agree to stand by what you agreed to, then leave.
I said from day one, y'all looking at the symptoms and not at the root.
All right,
and your way of addressing the root is incorrect.
I've tried every tactic at my disposal.
You have not. You absolutely have not.
You want to act like
we
I
went to
haven't
like
been to
2
any
meetings. We've had like 2 meetings. The whole collective is changing as we're speaking. You had no meeting. You had no meeting and no discussion about this.
I've been speaking.
No. So then show some respect for those of us who've been doing it even longer than you. To just parachute in and say, "Oh, I'm seeing the problem. You're not fixing it fast enough. So I'm going to do my own thing."
That's true.
That's wild.
You didn't fix it fast enough.
That's wild.
You shouldn't let shit like that linger.
You say you as if, again, Jared had anything to do with it. And as if you haven't seen what we've been dealing with, and as you haven't seen how difficult it is.
I've been a victim of what you've been dealing with. I've been a victim of what you've been dealing with.
Of course. And we dealt with it.
I don't see when I've been targeted.
And we've all been targeted, and it's been addressed.
Blindsided. You said you walked
so real quick.
It has been addressed.
I come in years after you, and I get blindsided the same way you were blindsided. So these wounds are allowed to fester. And I think Black Power Media.
But we dealt with that. But that wound has been dealt with.
I think
you're equating Jackie to that. That's ridiculous.
Black Power Media is more interested in appearing to be unified collective than actually functioning like a unified.
So are you going to work with the collective to fix it, or are you going to do
right now? I'm doing some.
This is not it. But you're working as
I will even get threatened to get kicked off the platform. Nope. If this is what it takes.
I invited you to leave what you said you didn't want to be part of. But Diallo, you can't do that. But Diallo, you cannot be part of a collective and do your own thing whenever you want at the same time. You just can't do that.
Whenever I want.
You're doing it right now. You just said it. You just said it.
But you just told me what I'm doing is appropriate and allowable.
I did not.
Is it or ain't it?
Completely, I did not. What you're again misrepresenting. I have to assume you're doing this on purpose, because what I said was then stop talking and maybe you be more clear. Then stop talking and maybe you be more clear. Because you're being wild right now. So what I said was no. What I said was that addressing the concerns this way while misrepresenting what has been going on behind the scenes is inappropriate. By not addressing it to the collective and only addressing it publicly is inappropriate and ineffective. That's what I said. And then when you said you're not going to work within the collective, even though you agreed to work within the collective, then I did invite you. Then you should leave. So let's at least be clear what's being said and stop misrepresenting what I'm saying right here in front of your face while you're misrepresenting what's been happening behind the scenes.
So a couple things. I think we should move on and get to some of the topics. But we are in a supposed collective.
And if you're going to say I'm being wild in the chat, spell my name right.
That's fine. Let me finish real quick. So like this is a statement, right? So Diallo is wild, disrespectful verbally, and no one on the stream stood up for Jackie. This is BS. So in this collective, there are people on both sides that felt something happened and both felt like they need to be stood up for, right? And in that situation, if somebody's trying to talk through how they saw it and what they think should go, both sides will be like, Y'all
Are
full
you
of
really
shit because
both
you
sides
ain't.
in this
Let me
shit?
finish. Let me finish. Let me
You
finish. Let
really
me finish.
both sides in this bullshit?
Let me finish. Can I finish?
I want you to talk about what you think, not about what other people think or what you
So
think.
what the fuck you think I'm doing right now? What the fuck you think I'm doing right now? What you think I'm doing right now?
Both sides in this shit.
What you think I'm doing right now? I'm talking right now. So let me finish. Let me finish talking. So what I am saying, literally, there, just as well as you just got up and one side, there's somebody else in the collective that feel the exact same way. Both of y'all feel that everybody should be on y'all side and the other one was wrong. And both of y'all are supposed to be in some type of collective to where you can work through those structures and struggles and point out where some shit went wrong and what some shit could have been better. But as Jared said, I don't think either one should be kicked out of or whatever without some type of struggle or some type of commitment to the struggle. And so in terms of what happened, anybody can agree. I think even Jackie probably could agree that throwing the mic was disrespectful and she didn't have to do that. But I also think you can agree and anybody can agree it's fucking frustrating to get cut off every time somebody start fucking talking. Every time somebody start talking, you go straight to cut off. And then she said a couple times, "Shut up, Diallo. Let me talk."
Oh, fucking hell!
Again,
Wait, but again, so this is what I'm saying. I don't even agree that that's how that works.
I know y'all want to talk, but I'm saying for a second, if we are going to engage the audience and give people the mic, then we probably should let them talk. If we're not going to engage the audience and not give them the mic, then we don't have to let them talk.
Geechee, it's right there on video. This is my point. And someone in the comments even time-stamped it. Jackie had plenty of time to talk. This was not an issue. Jackie had at one point a 4-minute uninterrupted commentary.
Okay, well,
hold on.
If it's time, if we're saying that people have a certain amount of time, what I'm saying is,
come on, hold on. And then wait, I watched it. I went back and watched it. Jackie, first of all, this is what I was hoping to have time to clarify. What bothered me going back and watching the video is that the sister that first brings up the issue of Jesus is someone who walked in during the pre-show hangout and walked up to me, and I greeted her, and without greeting me, said the first thing she said was, without responding to my greeting, was, "When is the Q&A?" I said about 30 minutes in, I'm assuming about 30 minutes in, we'll probably get to some Q&A. She said, "Good, because I already got an issue with you and Diallo." I said, "Cool." She's the one who brought up the whole thing after she went there only to announce her event, which I find always frustrating in activist spaces. People show up to other people's event to announce their own event. She wanted to promote her event. And then she said, "I'm there to promote my event." And then she said something to the effect about Jesus and brought up the whole thing. And that's where we got started. Diallo made his comment. There was a short back and forth, if I remember correctly. Jackie got the mic and engaged the conversation. So my point is, in that space, my assessment of it is that Jackie had plenty of time to say what she had to say. She got the 4 minutes. Then Diallo jumped in. There was a back and forth. She got another roughly 3 minutes. Dr. Mingo tried to say, "We have 5 people waiting. Time to pass the mic." And in the Q&A, in an event like that, I felt Jackie had plenty of time. There was hostility. There was the back and forth. But I in the moment, even watching it again, was like, this is relatively routine, especially for the way Diallo engages with this discussion of religion, which again, I disagree with. But I thought this was, Jackie, I thought escalated it. Jackie, I thought refused to let the mic be passed. And then she inappropriately threw it out of frustration. Diallo, I don't think, was any more disrespectful in that moment than he is usually here. I don't think he didn't do any of the shut up. There was no name calling. There was none of that. It was just his standard disrespect for religion and people who believe, which again, I disagree with Diallo on that approach. But in this moment, I thought I would have preferred to see Jackie demonstrate how to publicly engage these disagreements as an activist and an organizer to show Diallo's shortcomings in this area. That's what I would have hoped. I didn't. Now, I've had my own. I had one this morning to a certain extent. My own moments. I don't think what Jackie did is deserving of some expulsion from a collective. I don't think Diallo has done anything worthy of expulsion from a collective other than saying this morning he don't want to be in it. And that's it. That's what so when I left the event, I understood there was maybe some feelings and tension. Jackie left before I got a chance to talk to her. I didn't think it was that, because again, having been in these spaces for so long, this stuff happens all the time. And I didn't think even this had risen to some level that I had never seen before, or that was unrecoverable. We went on to the second, to that sort of after party spot. Everything seemed relatively okay. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody was coming to me with anything. Now subsequent to that in chat spaces and online, there's been some discussion. I think some of it inappropriate as well, misrepresentative as well. But what I would have preferred to see is for Jackie and Erica and anyone else within this collective to bring it to the collective. You, Diallo, Dr. Mingo, bring it to the collective, say this is what happened, and we would have attempted to have a more fruitful conversation about how we engage each other in these spaces. That's what I would have liked to have happen. Doing it the way I think to a certain extent others have done it, and I'm not sure to what extent Jackie is doing, but to the extent that it's been left in certain chats and in YouTube comments and in the chat room here and in side conversations and stuff I certainly have been privy to and not been brought to the table as part of the, that is what I think is and that's the failure that we have been working to correct vis-a-vis the previous issue with Kalanji, and that you, Diallo, have been a part of and privy to and have now walked yourself away from, which is very frustrating to me. And then come here and misrepresented not only that whole process, but then conflated what happened Sunday with it, and then resulted in this, I think, inappropriate response.
Yeah, so I didn't go back and watch the video. I didn't look at, I didn't. So, I don't know what to tell you. But what I am asking, almost like you said, is in this situation where both people feel like they're right, they're justified, or something happened and they have the absolute truth what happened. All I'm asking is both willing to be in a process to where we all could go back and look at the video and could point out some whatever and then struggle through that. Because having this thing of like, well, I was right and you should be on my side, or I was right and this is whatever, I feel like that's just going to be counterproductive or not productive at all. And again, that's not to say that, in the end, one of them not going to be more accurate or whatever the case may be, but it's like, are people willing to be in a process when a conflict happened to be able to resolve that conflict? And if not, then I don't know.
I appreciate your assessment of how that particular event went down. This event was for EYL community specifically. We reached out to our community and they showed up and they showed out. The support was immense and beyond all of our expectations. And they came there to engage with the EYL show and the EYL community and the EYL host. That's what it was all about. And for individuals to show up with other intent is inappropriate. That was not the space for you to show up for your personal grievances outside of the context of the event. Those Christians who showed up, who pre-planned and discussed showing up ahead of time, who none of them checked in. Everybody in that space had checked in for the safety of the whole community. Everybody in that space had checked in. And my wife pursued. Jackie Lukman did not check in. She lied and said, I will check in later. She didn't check in. She made no contributions. She showed up there specifically to confront and disrupt the meeting. And I don't know if you saw that, but go back and look at the tape and look at the elderly couple that sat right up front and how that microphone whizzed right past her ear. And if you notice, right after she threw the mic, several
got up to leave
and left. Not because I said Christianity is a male chauvinist murder cult. They didn't leave when I said that. When she threw the mic and was ranting, my wife, she had more time than anybody to articulate her bullshit. And then that's not the only thing. I know y'all not ready to get into the other shit, because it was enough to get us here. That was wholly inappropriate. I would never do no shit like that. And my wife said to come out. Let's say you worked at any place in the world, name the job, and you show up. And she gave an example. I have professors at my university that I have staunch disagreements with, and they hold an event. And I show up to one of my colleagues and I tell them to shut up, shut up. She told me to shut up twice. And then I threw the mic. Would I ever be able to walk back in those university grounds? No, there ain't nowhere else you can do that except in a collective. I think the collective should have higher standards of respect, because I don't disrespect no fucking body. You may feel disrespected, but I speak on facts, evidence, and conclusions, and I'm willing to hear whatever somebody want to come and tell me you were wrong, you didn't articulate right. And Godless Crew can sit there and say whatever she wants. I'm not about to throw shit at nobody. I don't think that it was taken with the appropriate seriousness. And the fact that I got Geechee sitting here trying to both sides this, well, everybody got their truth. It was and I would never show up if Luke Ma Nation had some event. I would never show up. Oh, she's a Christian and they're going to be in there praying and pouring libations. And I'm going to show up at the Luke Ma event and let my voice be heard. And I'm not going to check in. I'm not going to follow any of their rules or protocols that they set up for their event to keep them safe. I'm going to disrespect every aspect of what they're doing while we're all in the collective. I got to be told about how I'm in a collective as I'm disrespected every fucking time I turn around, when I was brought here to articulate my points of views and analysis. And if you disagree with my points of views and analysis, you're free to disagree. Nobody has ever gotten hostility or violence or threats or disrespect from me because they don't agree with my positions and conclusions in the arena of discourse, debate, and even argument. So a lot more was going on than that, but I'm glad it's clear on that. And yeah, a collective that will allow for that type of behavior and that type of ill intent. I would fast and pray to whichever God you think is worthy, that if I ever showed up at a EYL or any other event that it has any way connected with Black Power Media and conducted myself with that way with premeditated ill intent, and people just like, oh, well, everybody got their own opinions. Everybody has their own truths. No, there are hard facts that are on fucking tape, and we're talking about different truths. And then Erica to go in the comments, one more thing, and for Erica to go in the comments and defend her and talk about I was there as if she saw something other than what happened. To me, that is, and when we were partnering in association with, and Erica and Bat, I got my issues with how they conducted themselves. But like I said, we ain't ready to get into that.
So wait. Let
me respond to one thing.
Wait.
I've been holding on for the whole fucking time, but go ahead. Well, I'll go. So again, if as you're saying what you're saying, it is obvious that you could take something, even if you don't cut the person off, you could take something and say that this person is saying something. I didn't say anything about both sides. I didn't say I'm both sides. I said both people in one collective feel like they have the absolutely truth and this thing happened. And I'm asking, can those both people be in a process to where facts and evidences come out, and then whoever is held accountable after those things came out? If Jared reviewed the film and saw it a couple times, and then he said, this is what happened a couple times, and then everybody else do that, then whoever is in the wrong will be held accountable. I'm not saying I agree with both sides. What I'm saying is both sides are equally adamant about their side being the actual thing that happened. And both of those are in a collective, and in a collective, there should be some type of way to resolve that. I mean, again, you shaking your head, it sounds like you say, no, this is happening, this should be true. And I'm just saying, as Jared showed you, told you earlier, you don't have the capacity in the collective for everything to go as you say it. You have to be a part of a collective process.
So again, I agree with everything, Diallo, you said. I agree with, except I don't think we can confirm or prove, and I saw no evidence that Jackie only showed up to do that. That's the only thing that you said that I would not co-sign.
Well, my wife was working the crowd, and she approached her and said, oh, did you go through Eventbrite? And she said no. And he's like, well, would you like to sign in now? She said, no, I'll sign in later. And then when she said she'd sign in later, after she threw the mic and went to the back and continued her side discussions, being disruptive, talking over everyone else because she was there for her reason and disrespected us and everybody else who attended the event, she stormed out without ever checking in. She had no intention on following any of the rules we set in place. She had no intention on engaging the discussion. She was not there to support our audience or to support our community. She was there for her own selfish intent and caused disruption and provoked other people to leave.
May I finish? Are you finished with your interruption? May I complete my thought, please? Before you in the chat and your buddies in the chat accuse me again falsely of interrupting you. As I was saying, I agree 100%, and even with what you said, just now, that to me is not evidence that she showed up there to be disruptive. I think once the discussion shifted and she engaged, at that point, I wouldn't have expected her to. In other words, that's all I'm saying. That's the only part I wanted to say. That I don't see sufficient proof, even with what you just said, that she showed up only to be disruptive. I think once she got,
besides that,
I think once she got elevated and once things got hostile, it took its own course. But I don't think that for her entire presence there or her intent, I don't see any evidence that that was it. That said, as I was saying, everything else you said and how you described it, I agree with 100%. 100%. My only issue with you this morning is that this is not the way to address it, and you completely misrepresented what's been happening behind the scenes, and you completely misrepresented my behavior and engagement publicly and privately around all of these issues. That's it. But I'm 100% with you that now how it should have been addressed or should be addressed, I think that's something the collective needs to deal with, and it should be dealt with as part of that collective effort. This is not the solution. Coming here and saying, I'm not working with the collective, I'll do whatever I want. That's not the solution. That's not the solution. And it's an untenable position, because you can't be in a part of the collective and then saying whenever I feel like it, or whenever the collective isn't doing whatever I want in the way I want in the time I want it done, I'm just going to do whatever I want. That's exactly not what is supposed to happen when you've agreed to work
never said that, never did that.
You literally said it this morning. What are you talking about? You said it an hour ago. You've been saying it all morning. That's the reason. That's the only that you okay. All right. It's like you said about Sunday, it's on tape, and that's exactly why I invited you to leave. If you don't want to be in the collective, then you should leave, because you said you're going to do whatever you want to do. If you're going to agree to work with the collective and then say you're going to do whatever you want to do, as you did this morning, you should leave. If you don't want to be in the collective, if the collective don't work for you, if, as you said, the collective stays broken and continues to allow, and y'all continue to allow, and you don't feel that you can work within the collective to correct it, and you're not willing to after like 3 meetings with the collective, then yeah, maybe you should leave.
So everything is on tape. We're not going to accomplish or even start anything here.
Make it short of it.
Short of what?
And Culture 88, I'm not going to calm down and stop talking to me in all caps. I have every right to get as emotional and animated as I am. Enough with y'all with that.
Could we get into? Can we at least do?
Go watch somebody read in monologue and in a monotone. Read their monologue in a monotone if you don't want animation and emotional.
And it's weird, Jay. Like, well, she just showed up in good faith. She's never been a fan of the show.
I didn't say she showed up in good faith.
Nobody said that. See how you do that, Diallo? You don't notice how you do that?
I can't stand that tactic, Diallo. I don't
Diallo,
like that.
but do you not notice how you do? Stop for a second. Do you not notice you do that?
Event for EYL,
but quick. Do you not notice that
any type of support she refused to?
This is a moment where you won't take accountability.
She can't.
Like we want to stop at something that you just said just now.
The moment she opened her mouth, she didn't.
And then you wonder why people get triggered and they get set off.
She was there as a supporter of a show. She was there in good faith. I guess. Bless your hearts one again.
But Diallo again. I think at one moment in your online life, you should take some account for the fact when you do that and you set people off, then it's their fault.
I'm not saying nobody else.
Jared said, I don't know the intent. No, let me finish. You just keep going.
Or
You just
wherever
keep
she
going.
worships her male chauvinist murder cult God. I didn't follow her. I don't
So
go to her
are you
comments.
finished?
I
Are
don't
you
watch her
finished?
show. I've had no words or interactions with Jackie.
Jared said he didn't know her intent. He
she
don't
followed
have
me.
any evidence that her intent was what you said it is.
And show
And
up
then
in spaces that you know I'm going to be in, and then you get mad at seeing me be me.
But you realize nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you talk. Like when you try to talk over other people, people can't hear you.
Follows me to where I said I'm going to be and see me do what I always do. And I'm supposed to, oh, Jackie's here, so I should, maybe do something other.
No.
I should do something other or say something other than what I intended to say at this event because she's here. I have not pursued.
Who said that?
Woman. I have not engaged this woman.
Who said that?
I've had no interaction. She came there to defend Jesus.
Y'all haven't engaged each other online
before. She came there to defend her crucified Savior.
Y'all did engage online before.
Powerful, omnipresent Savior is afraid of me, puny God.
But Diallo, we all agree with you on some of these points, but you keep misrepresenting the argument. You keep changing what we're saying.
And then
you're not engaging in good faith here. So that's why I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's I can't even.
I'm gonna ask one more time.
I showed up this morning to agree with you, and then you do all of this
that where we do see eye to eye. I do speculate that she came there for no other purpose for disruption because I've never seen her positively interact with EYL. And she didn't follow the most basic requirements. And after she said what she had to say, threw the mic to the floor that we just purchased, that our supporters donated so that we could purchase, she threw it to the floor and stormed out. She did nothing but disrupt. So forgive me for concluding.
Elon, she did. Elon, come on now. Elon.
Thank you for using that caveat. You speculate. That's really good.
I'm a conspiracy theorist.
No, that's actually really good. That's not an apology. That's not an apology, but that is an adjustment.
Faith until I said Jesus.
No, that's an adjustment. Diallo, can we take that adjustment and build off of it? Let's just build off of it.
Humanity than I do.
We building off of it. Diallo said he speculate. That's why she came. That's an adjustment from what you said. I think that's perfect. And you have evidence.
So,
my conclusions are rooted in actions and evidence.
But this is my point though. But this is and it's similar to the way it's similar to my argument around how we judge people's as artists or entertainers or unless we cannot. I don't think we can definitively prove what was in her heart when she left to head to Baltimore. My point is that to me is irrelevant after the observed behavior, which I think can be judged, discussed, and built upon. And we should. This is just not the appropriate way to do it. That's all. That's it.
All right. Can we get to a topic? We're an hour in. Are y'all okay to move on?
I mean,
I'm ready.
Yeah, let's go.
Do y'all have any preference? where we go first? Y'all niggas is wild. All right. I'm thinking.
I want to wait a minute. I want to end. No, I do. I got to because I want to end on where I started. And I even mentioned it in passing on the remix, except for roughly the 8 to 10 minutes, because I went back and watched all of this again and timestamped and paid very close attention. For 3+ hours, we had a really good time. And for about 10 minutes, the shit went left. Even after, this is one of the reasons why I remained a little bit confused, because until I saw the post commentary, that when I went home that night, I was on the phone. It was a victory. I was like, it was all positive. And for me, it was a 10-minute glitch that I've seen happen in various ways all the time. It was not so that I misjudged how much it meant to Jackie, how much it meant to you, Diallo, and Dr. Mingo. I apologize for that, because I will acknowledge that I did not realize it had gotten to this level. Having recognized that, I do not like the way any of us, myself included, have addressed this since then. I think it's been inappropriate and a tactical failure. But I just want to end by saying the event was great. to your point, Diallo, the people that came out to see us, I mean, I'm deeply appreciative. It was better than I could have expected. The technical glitches can be corrected. I think this political glitch can be corrected, and more can be done. So I didn't want to, you know, bring back a little bit of good vibe to it.
Yeah, I think it was wildly successful. I've had it, and I didn't allow Christo-fascist behavior to disrupt my enjoyment. I've been reaching out and thanking people. The after party at that really beautiful, what's that, TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? TNAT, beautiful facility. Had me some
Dr.
spicy
Winkler.
jerk, tofu, vegan jerk, and it was all wonderful. And I noticed that none of the people that I speculate through my conspiratorial mind that were there for pure disruption, not one of them came to the after party. None of them came to the social mix and mingle part, because they were, once their agenda was satisfied, they went on about their day.
If you're making this, if you're making this about BAP, let's be clear. I was there. Netfa was there.
Listen.
So I just want to be clear.
BAP was on deck. There were members of BAP who were setting up the catering table, who were assisting Erica in crowd control. There were members of BAP who showed up and showed out in proper comradeship and proper collective behavior. And I realized BAP is a large organization with a lot of moving parts. And there are some individuals who didn't represent BAP well. And I'll leave it at that. And I didn't even say Ricky's name because I'm so righteous. But now, all I'm saying is the worst part about that, because listen, I'm not naive and I've been all over this country. So I understand how people can get emotional when I call out their slave religion, and people don't like having a mirror held up to them that they're worshiping colonial gods. I realize that, and I realize the way people can respond, but it be your own people. I would think I would have less of an issue that if the people showing the disrespect and creating the disruption and talking and having side conversations in the background, right in the middle of the show, as if what is and disrupting other people, and after being told to quiet down and end their side conversation so that the people who came, who donated, who contributed, who bought tickets could see what they were there to see. If it wasn't our own people, it'd be your own people. That's what really sends me off, because you don't know how many times I had people step to me and like, hey, my Lord and Savior or my prophet, you know, you should check yourself what you say about my Lord and Savior. When I was in Atlanta, people stepped to me talking about what you said about the prophet, what you said about Islam ain't right. People, I get that all the time, and I have those dialogues all the time. And I don't come on the show and talk about so-and-so came up to me and said what I said about the prophet and what I said about Islam in Africa. I don't have to say it. But when it be your own people and they come with such ill intent,
I wouldn't be so fast to say your own people though.
Remedied, because that shit shouldn't be allowed to happen. So my main issue is that not that we got hateration, but the hateration came from within our camp.
Again, I wouldn't be so fast to be saying your own people, because there are factions who don't believe that if you're not in their same organization, you're not comrades, you're not friends, you're not whatever. Like, so I wouldn't say
I wouldn't show up to their shit and behave that way.
Not you're right, but you don't have the same principle or thought process as those people. But let's get it. Let's start with Charlamagne's political expertise. Fox won't let you do that. So
I'm not disabling my ad blocker for this thing. I don't know if I can open
I got
another browser.
Okay.
But I'm not damn sure not doing that for no Fox News thing.
See if we got another
I don't disable ad block for nothing. I can't open it in any browser.
Well, I got access to New York Times. I got past one of the paywalls. But Jared, you the one that be sending stuff behind paywalls.
I mean, get your subscriptions up. I mean, I'm not slowing down for you.
Check this out. And it's a paywall. They be like, get your broke ass. Every time I click on a link from Jared, it's like, with your broke ass. I'm like, damn, is he sending me this just to show he got it and I ain't got it?
Jared, play that clip then.
This is based on your personal experience of sitting in these meetings.
Absolutely. We take these tests at, at iHeartRadio, and you got to answer certain questions, and you
Right.
know what that's about. But my biggest issue with corporate DEI is literally just the performativeness of it all. Especially when we're talking about the money that was pledged by all of these different corporations that nobody ever saw.
So there was a lot of backlash to this.
And a lot of people who agreed.
And a lot of people who agreed.
And not just people on the right.
But what I found interesting about all the comments is this thing that happens with you a lot, which is people wondering, as they have for a while, what is Charlamagne the God all about? Where does he stand politically?
That's so funny you say that. I promise you, as I was walking in here, this white guy stops me in the street. He had on glasses, some khakis, a sweater, and he goes, You're Charlamagne, right? And I go, yeah. And he goes, man, I like when you talk politics. And he goes, man, I think that it's going to be a civil war in this country. He said, that's what you need to talk about. He said, I don't care who wins. He said, I don't care if it's Trump. I don't care if it's Biden. I feel like it's going to be a civil war in this country. And he goes, what side are you on? And I'm like, I'm not on any side. And I think that's the problem with American politics and just America, period. People think if me as a black man, if I criticize Democrats, then I'm supporting MAGA. But if I criticize Donald Trump and Republicans, then I'm a Democratic shill. Why can't I just be a person who deals in nuance? Like, what happened to just being objective and seeing things on both sides? Because nothing is all right and nothing is all wrong.
Nah, man. Nah, hold up. He took my word. Hold up. He took my word.
See?
You're not doing nuance, son. That's not.
No,
That's
no,
not
no.
nuance.
Listen.
There's the God.
So there's a whole lot of nuance and left and calling. And he
That's
at
why I
one
don't
point
mess with nuance. I go hard in the paint. I'm
Listen.
a pendulum. I go from one extreme to the next. I don't mess with the middle.
So he at one point talked about how he's on the left, and there's a clip that we're gonna show later where he accused these white folks of being on the left, and when he said you on the left and blah blah blah, at the end of the video he said no, I'm not on the left. I am not the left. But anyway, so the whole time he talks about democracy, left, and saving democracy and all these other things. And I know we got an ongoing argument about fascism, and I can't wait till we go back into George Jackson and discuss it here. But despite what Nard says over every media platform, when he says this election is important because we have to save democracy, and obviously Biden is the one who's going to help us save democracy. And so I wonder if, if it's not fascism, we don't have to talk about that. But would you articulate that we live on a democracy? Is it an oligarch rule? Like, how would you describe what we're currently under in relation to what Nard is going on his media campaign to talk about?
So first of all, what is the context for all of this? I missed this part of. So I mean, my short answer, of course, is that this is not a democracy. It's colonization. But what is?
Okay.
What? Yeah, my bad. Yeah, go ahead.
So the context, he's been saying how the Democrats are. I can't remember the names, but he said both candidates are trash. And what's going to happen is the couch is going to win. He calls the couch voter apathy, and he's keeps saying he don't publicly endorse anyone. And they were like, well, if you don't publicly endorse anyone, that means he said, well, I'm still going to vote. And so they forced him to say that he's going to vote for Biden because he said, I'm not publicly endorsing anybody. All I'm doing is telling them that this one candidate is going to tear down democracy. And so by me telling you this one candidate is going to tear down democracy, that's telling you that you might as well vote for the other person. And so the context is more so of him trying to advocate that or propagate that we are under a democracy that's being threatened if we elect Donald Trump.
All right, thank you. So first of all, the first thought that comes to mind, of course, is that he can't do more than he's doing. So before I even start to judge him and his argument, he can't be in that space and do anything else but act this way. He can't take a more aggressive political position, certainly beyond the Democratic Party. So he's trapped. And then he has been positioned as someone who has substantive commentary on Black and other politics. So in due course, at the end of the day, whether he seems tough and on Biden or tough on the Dems, that's where he has to be. And I don't think the pendulum has shifted. We'll have to see what happens with Stephen A. Smith, but I don't think the pendulum has yet shifted enough, certainly within Black America, to get enough people to where he could be in that space that he occupies and start advocating for Trump or the Republicans. So he's stuck. He's got to say what he's saying there, and to give whatever analysis that will justify that. But yeah, that's really all. That's what I was just thinking there. Are you're muted? You're muted, Geechee.
Don't tell him, man. It's good. Damn, Jared.
Damn, that's how you feel about me?
That was getting good.
That's fine. That's fine.
The show,
Anyway,
the show got better. The show hit its peak.
Nigga, I'm saving this shit. So the protest is criminalized, and it has always been. But again, you would advocate around how you think about fascism. But would you call this state or this country a democracy, or how would you describe it?
The United States was set up to be and has always been an oligarchy. The founding rapists, the founding enslavers, the founding fathers had set up. They had set up within the electoral process and within the governing and legislative process apparatus to prevent the leveling impulses of the masses. So the founding fathers' main goal was to obliterate the monarchy. They did not want to obliterate the hierarchies and the merchant class. And I think we have to understand, if we want to understand the evolution of white institutions and white hegemony, you have to understand the conflict between the merchant class and the monarchical class, or the inheritor class and the bloodline class. But all that to say is, the United States was never intended to be a democracy. It was always set up to be an oligarchy. Always. That's why the Senate used to be appointed, and they didn't want a king, because a king, you might get a benevolent king. You might get a king who sees himself as a man of the people and the savior of the peasants. So they wanted to have, Dale Jones said it best: America is a criminal enterprise founded by a bunch of criminals. The United States was set up, the government was set up to facilitate the hyper exploitation of the land, to facilitate expansion, and to facilitate the accumulation of wealth with the comprador class. And the United States has never deviated from that. Now, we buy into lies about America, and they put up a Jay-Z saying anybody can get rich if you're just willing to work. But the United States, that's one thing about the United States. For all of our hateration against the United States, it has been consistent. So it's more curious as to why people think it is a true democracy. That does not mean that the demos, because the people cannot influence policy, that the oligarchs study and observe the people, and they have to make concessions, or they have to maneuver, or they have to reprioritize or change strategies and tactics in order to prevent the uprising or the people losing faith. So, but it has always been, from its inception, if you look, landed white gentry. This country was founded for the only competition that's supposed to exist in America is between the landed white gentry. That's who got the vote from the get-go, and that who still has the power today. And they are supposed to get factions of the masses to get behind them or to support them. But this country was founded for, by, and of the landed white gentry, and it has never deviated from that. And the few times it has deviated, like in the Roosevelt, where they tried to overthrow, they went and got Smedley Butler to overthrow the government. And so these people are like, if you ever implement any type of class uprising or mass class consciousness, we will blow this shit up. We will destroy this democracy before we allow it to be a democracy.
So Jared, that other clip, I got two more clips on this. Sorry to subject y'all to this guy, but again, his again, I'm sorry, he'll probably do it soon on the last clip. But he has this thing that he's going around saying the Democrat Party is this and the Republican is this, and then it's between the Democrats, Republican, or the couch. And he talks about voter apathy. Again, it sounds like the post-Obama voter apathy that I'm pretty sure he got given the words, but go ahead and click that.
The yin and the yang of life to me is ratchetness and righteousness. And so it's just like, for every rapper that comes on the show who you might look at and think, this person is ratchet, I try to bring the spiritual leaders on the show. I try to bring the authors on the show. Not try, I do. First time I got on the air, I think was like 99, 2000. I've always done that. You can go back to my track record when I was on the radio in Charleston, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Philadelphia. I was getting in trouble for bringing the mayor of Philly on my show. I'll never forget it. Mayor Nutter was the mayor of Philly at the time. And there was something going on in Philly where they were about to close all the libraries and all the rec centers. And this was like 2010 when, Philly was like really, really on fire, with crime and violence, right? And I remember it was on the front page of the paper that, and they were going to cut a lot of the police. So they were going to cut a large part of the police, close the rec centers and like the libraries. And people were freaking out because they knew what that was going to do to the city. And I remember Mayor Nutter came on the show to let everybody know, no, everything is fine. We got the money. None of that is happening. Cool. I remember a radio consultant at the time literally said to me when the show was over and I was in his office, a radio consultant, he goes, yeah, nobody really cares about the mayor. Like, it's like, people want to hear from like Beyonce. And I said to him, yeah, it's easy for you to say that because you don't live in Philadelphia. White guy that didn't live in Philadelphia. You don't live here. So you flew in to listen to the radio, to consult me on what I should be talking about to the city of Philadelphia, and you're going to fly back to wherever you're from and not even care about what's going on in the city. That was the mayor of Philadelphia talking about something that was a real concern to the people of Philadelphia. So that shows how out of touch a lot of these programmers and people that run these, media corporations are. And I've always pushed against that grain.
I mean, tell me where that comes from when you bring the mayor of Philadelphia on to what is a popular culture show, essentially. What did you understand that you were up to?
I understood people. I understood that, my people, Black people, people in hip hop, we care more than just things about hip hop. There's never been a time where hip hop has not talked about things of socially redeeming value. Like, there's always been a Chuck D. There's always been a Killer Mike. I don't know why people think that, Black people are so one-dimensional that you can't bring an elected official on a hip-hop radio station where so many people that are directly affected by the things these elected officials are doing are listening. Like, why wouldn't my audience be receptive to that? We talk about diversity, right? Like, when we talking about the TEI thing, I feel like, Black people with our platforms and just in society, we have to be way more diverse than white people do, because we have to know what's going on with a little bit of everybody, because we deal with a little bit of everybody and we encounter a little bit of everybody. It's easy to stay insulated in your, bubble and just be around whiteness for the majority of your life. That's never been my experience. So I don't understand why we can't do both and do it well. The only way you can't do both and do it well is if you're not equipped. And if we're being realistic, there are a lot of people who aren't equipped to talk to a Kodak Black and a President Biden. You know what I mean? That's a very unique skill set that probably comes from somebody who's Black.
So
I think Kodak Black and Bill Clinton probably got more. They probably more alike than he.
So, but listen,
Kodak Black is a mass murderer.
Except
an international war criminal.
Maybe.
Well, I was thinking in terms. I was thinking
him in an alley than Bill.
Well, I was also thinking that Bill. You're right. No, but I was thinking just in terms of preference in women, where I would think Bill might be more inclined to date a dark-skinned woman than Kodak Black said he apparently would.
So
he said he's already dark enough, didn't he? Or was that Glock 9? I don't know. These self-haters. We need a self-hating cataloger.
So he tries to. I mean, Nutter is a nut ass, a wild thing to think that he bringing somebody serious on that. But he believes, like I know for a fact, he believes he's doing the Lord's work and he's given a diversity in thought. And again, the fact that the way he used the left, I'm sure that he believes that he's bringing these people on. And despite bringing Cornel West on the show, which he only did probably for ratings, he constantly say like there's only 2 people you can vote for. And although he won't speak to the politics and what will be different with a Biden and Trump, he's always trying to drive this large point home about, like, you know, obvious democracy is going with this person, and you both cleared it up earlier. But when he started talking about the large corporations, we've went back to iHeart and go to the Redstone family and know that they're the paramount. They are the corporations he's talking about. They work for him, and his ability, I think he is talented enough to convince people that he isn't in the pockets of those big corporations that he actually is in. And which we're going to talk about a little later with these imprint deals for them obviously signifies power and authority or whatever. And for people that are watching them, they really think it's like ownership. Like, you really think these people are writing books or on these platforms saying some, you know, left version of shit, when really, again, they're landing a plane in the same place that Biden and Trump will land, and never actually being able to talk about shit on the left, because they are, you know, what represents as the left. So,
well, you say they're not able to, so they would want to.
Diallo, let me ask you this real quick, because Geechee's, let me talk to my genealogical peer real quick, my chronological peer real quick, because I think you're too young for this. But did you read the Nathan McCall book back in the day? I think that was Nathan McCall. My point is, I associate Nathan McCall. What was that book Nathan McCall wrote in the early 90s with kicking off a new wave of Black people explaining Black people to white people? And I may not be being fair to him. That's why I'm asking you if you remember the book. But my point is, this is what I've thought of as I'm listening to this interview, that he's not saying anything new, nothing of, it makes me want to holler. Yeah. Is that, am I not being fair? Am I being unfair to the memory of that book? But that's at least how that's what I've always associated. That so I'm sitting there listening to Charlamagne, and she's like, what he's saying is deep. Black people could be diverse in thought. Wow. I'm like, it's 2024. We still doing that? And then he's not saying anything.
He's so articulate. You know, I have a counter for that. I have a counter for Black people. I went to the war room, and I have a counter for when white folks come with that articulate compliment. So, because who just said it recently? Oh, I think it was I forgot, JJ Walker's friend, that one white woman. God. And she was complaining about how you can't tell Black people they're articulate anymore, because somehow it's offensive to tell a Black person that they're so articulate. You haven't heard that? Anyway.
I mean, yeah, I haven't heard this. No. This. Oh, Ann Coulter.
Yeah, she was like, oh, apparently it's offensive to tell Black people that they're articulate. And I'm just thinking, we need a comeback for that. So from now on, you tell people, oh, your hygiene is so on point. I mean, I'm standing right here next to you and I don't smell anything. Your hygiene is so well. You're so well, you know. And so that's all. And tell white people, if they ever tell you you're articulate, tell them their hygiene is very well. It's better than expected. But in terms of these safe and sanctioned Negroes, I think we kind of give them too much credit when we say they're not allowed to say this. I don't know again, but I think these are really his views.
That's what I say. He really believes it.
I think he's wedged. That fence is wedged. And he loves riding that fence, and he's going to ride it off the cliff into a pot of money. But I don't always think, because listen, we do the same thing. Look at we've had white people on across the Black Power Media platform. Imagine if, as a white person, coming on Black Power Media would explode your influence amongst the white masses. and we were able to handpick the white influencers for the white masses, the whole white race would look very different. You know, they'd be radicalized and they'd be setting their grandparents' house on fire. Or like Fred Hampton say, they throw gasoline on themselves and jump on the president. So when white folks, when there's a safe and sanctioned Negro in the public eye, just black people after hundreds of years of this, from the plantation preacher to now, we know the safe and sanctioned Negroes you should lose credibility with the larger black community. Why do they still have standing with us after they are on New York, on what is that, New York Times?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I show up on there, you know I didn't sell out, but anybody else, side out.
So, just quickly, it's not that I don't agree. It's not that I don't have an opinion on whether Charlamagne believes what he's saying or not. I agree, and I take both of you at your. I think in terms of constructing or attempting an analysis of the broader problem, that's really what I'm trying to say. That even if he did feel differently, he could not express it, or he would not be positioned to be on that platform. The New York Times knows full well that there's a broader breadth of leftward black political thought that they could reach out to whenever they wanted to. They're happy not to. So that's all I'm saying.
So this last clip, I want, and we talked about it a little bit on the live Sunday show, but I want y'all to respond to this voter apathy thing. So obviously both parties are devoted to corporate interests, and they, you know, this would be more so in line with black people's or people's lack of interest. But play this and then respond again to how
much of this are we playing? This is 7 minutes long.
Oh no, I it's queued up. I thought I put that in the chat. Hold on, let me.
No, which. Oh, you did. Oh, you said start at. Okay, my bad.
Diallo's about to laugh and he ain't read it either. So boom. Go ahead, say it, Diallo.
I'm just waiting.
Hold on. I'm not sharing the screen. My bad. I thought I was sharing the screen. Hold on. There we go. Volume.
Participating in democracy. This election is about protecting democracy. And, you know, it's funny to me because, you know, I come on these programs and a lot of the left-leaning programs, y'all just don't know how to push narratives, because I'll come on these programs and say, I think Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. I'll say that he, you know, he wanted to suspend the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election. You know, he led an attempted coup in this country, but you never lead with that. But if I say Joe Biden is an uninspiring candidate, that will be the headline.
How about
the right does a great job of pushing their narrative regardless.
Democracy dies if people don't participate in it.
I'm not telling people not to participate. I'm voting. I've consistently said I'm voting, and I've told you who I think the threat to democracy is, which is Donald Trump.
And you think they should get off the couch and vote?
Who?
People out there.
It's three choices you have this year. You have the Republicans, who are the crooks, the Democrats, who are the cowards because they don't fight enough, and the couch, which is voter apathy. It is the candidate's job to energize people to get off the couch.
Right.
Only thing I can do is constantly tell you what I think, and I think that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Now, Tony, with me saying that, who do you think, who would you vote for with me saying that?
Who would I vote for?
I'm just thinking about who would you vote for?
I'm thinking about America dying, its democracy dying, because people do not engage with it. And so that's why I was hoping
you keep saying
that
it's not engaged, but I'm not saying I'm not engaging.
We're going to...
You ain't play the part at the end. He was like, I'm not on the left. I'm not the left.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was over. Hold on. I'll cue it back up.
That's why I said play to the end.
I mean, you know, you could do this too, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, but if you want me to do it, then I'll do it. Then I'm handing you the links like you told me to.
No, I didn't tell you to do that. I asked you if you would put all the links into one place so that we could all find them.
I mean, like he's just like you, his errand boy, Jared.
You don't let Diallo hype you up.
We'll answer in the commercial break. Charlamagne the God, thank you so much.
The left sucks at
Get honest or die
man. I am not on the left.
Who was saying that though?
The white boy said, I am not on the left. I'm not on the left.
Oh.
I thought Charlamagne said he's not on the left.
No, Charlamagne is telling him that he is the left. He's the left-leaning media, and the left don't know how to inspire.
Well, he's also he's also promoting the equally false narrative that the Democrats are just cowards who can't build a narrative. Right. As if they're not equally crooked, as if they're not equally leading genocide and all the other forms of exploitation and blah, blah, blah. And by the way, it was Biden that said of Obama back in the day that he's so articulate.
And Biden has good hygiene practices.
So I'm saying, I mean, you know.
So I guess respond to this voter apathy argument. Like, what are your thoughts around that?
Well, again, voter apathy. What I'm with Fanon. What people call apathy is what is really the inertia, the effect of the colonial inertia that pushes people into other forms of rebellion. And the problem currently, of course, is that the non-voting majority is disorganized and not organizing an appropriate counterbalance to simply not voting. But the logic is perfectly there. I mean, it's not illogical, I think, for people to feel like their vote is not. It may be incorrect. It may. I'm not even arguing that, but I'm saying I think it's perfectly logical. What I would like to see is that that we or others evolve options for all of that.
But
what's
the
labeled
options
apathy
are there and they're ignored when they're present. I think voter apathy is a goal. It's not simply.
It is, yeah.
It's not simply they want you to be apathetic, so you think you are sanctioning them or punishing them by disengaging from the electoral process, but it is a goal. It is a goal of the Republican Party to on a national scale for voter apathy, but then on the local scale, when you live in these Democratic strongholds in blue states, they also strive where they have strongholds. Where you'll find where the red or blue party has strongholds, they push for voter apathy because then that's why you get such entrenched politicians. And then on a national scale, the Republicans are much more aggressive about voter disenfranchisement simply because it doesn't serve. I mean, because more people voting hurts them on a national scale. But if you look at both parties on a state or municipal level, they both look for voter apathy. So you're not winning. And you can say, well, if people had a third options, I can't even count how many times I've voted since I've been here, on and off cycle election and local and national and statewide elections. And 99% of the time I go on to vote, there is a third option on the ballot. It's just people are convinced the third option can't win. So we can't even say, well, because people don't have a choice, that's why they don't vote. Because more often than not, this last voter primary here in the Chicago primary, there was more than two options. There were, I think, 5 to 6 options, and at least one decent option in the Green Party, and people stayed home. Not to mention, beyond party affiliation, I've been here where there were 2 progressive tax proposals, one that would amend the state constitution and one that would stop all the real estate speculation and put more money for affordable housing. And both of those ballots were defeated. So even when it's not a third or second option, it's simply to vote in your class interest, people stayed home. So apathy serves to sustain the status quo. Voter apathy and political tantrums sustain the status quo. Engaged electorate is a threat to the status quo.
But it's not. Again, I agree, except that my point in referencing Fanon was to point that it's the structure and the impact of the structure that creates even the idea that you're critiquing that people have, which is that I'm doing something by not voting, or and then I also struggle with your argument around what choices people think they have. I don't think it's fair to say that simply because X, Y, and Z is on a ballot that people think of it as a legitimate choice. In fact, quite the opposite. And so I think we do have to recognize how difficult and how much effort is put in to limit what we perceive as our choices. So that even if we see a Green Party or X, Y, and Z on the ballot, we've already been convinced that that's not an option. And that's one of the things that I think we do here is try to open up that lane a little bit by calling out the people who are, whether it's through taking Act Blue money or whatever else, are being paid basically to funnel Black and other people back to the party. They're there to do that. They're there to shut down even the concept of an alternative.
But I don't see where we disagree on that.
Well, because you just leave it. It's the same thing. What we always is where it's that same where you would be more willing to say that they're making a conscious, willful choice to walk away from options that are right there before them. And I'm simply saying that I don't think that they see them as options in the way that you do.
Well, regardless of what they say, the facts are the facts. And if they're going to upend, even if there's a chain around your neck, you got to tug at it to know the limits of it or to break it. And
if you think it's jewelry.
That's true too. But I've worked on political campaigns.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I fixed it. I gotta hook my hold up.
Now listen, that's called my boy. You know nothing about that.
But
what happened to all our transitions?
Campaigns, like I said,
my bad. Go ahead.
The apathetic voters.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the people they are playing. We could just agree that when people engage in political or voter apathy, they're playing into the hands. It's not an act of resistance or defiance, and it's not a disruption to the system.
No, right. That's right. And just Geechee, but real quick, I didn't repopulate the transitions because they all had the promo for the May 19th event on them. So I just ran out of, and then I got conflicted with the critique around AI. Because remember, one of the things that I think was of the many positives of Sunday was that Brother Nico, approached with that constructive criticism around and broadly how radicals approach AI, and that we should look to engage our artistic community. So I've put out the request, and I've asked, if artists, so I should do it here too, that if artists send us if you want to create intros and outros or segues for us, either the video elements or the audio elements or both, hit us up.
So we're done.
I'm happy to engage.
AI.
I don't know. I mean, I took that to heart. So I still played my I mixed what I like, AI intro because it sounds like Pete Rock to me, and I know I can't afford Pete Rock production. But
you never know till you try.
I mean,
you're right. I'm gonna reach out to Pete and say,
go to his door, go to his gate and climb it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm definitely not doing that.
See what this guy does? He always try to set you up. Let's holla at Skip, man. We got a couple rappers in our
app rapper. You start spitting your rhymes.
Like my brother Jay Snow.
I should ask Skip.
Shayun. I mean, we got a lineup.
All right, well, I'm putting it out there. Hit us up. Let us know.
So listen, this is what I want to go to next. This 13A imprint with Simon and Schuster. Mm-hmm. So on this interview that the Breakfast Club had with this other guy, both of them have this imprint deal. And since Jared ain't playing the clips, I'll play them.
Oh, I was pulling it. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Hey, Simon and Schuster. I'm also partners with Patti LaBelle and Patti LaBelle's Good Life and Z-Pack. I'm going to be on the Breakfast Club tomorrow. I can't wait to share the information and all the knowledge that I've learned over the years. I'm looking forward to it. I'll see you then. What's up, everybody? I'm Charles Suit. I'm the owner of 13A.
Owner of 13.
I'm also a partner.
So there's this. So this guy, Charles Suit, he's known for bringing Mr. Cheeks to the limelight. Him and Mr. Cheeks played basketball together. And then Mr. Cheeks got kicked out the team. He finished. And then when it was in Atlanta, Mr. Cheek said, "Hey, I'm about to sign this deal. I need to be managed." And then that's when you get the lights, camera, action, all these other things. But he has imprint. Lost Boys. Everybody know Mr. Cheek. Actually, people know Mr. Cheeks more than they know Lost Boys.
I don't know nothing about Cheeks. Mr.
Cameron.
Oh, whoops.
Pause.
No, but Cameron, remember, Cameron interview was funny as hell. He said
That was funny.
I'm
He's about to get some cheeks.
No, but so this imprint deal. So Charlamagne has his imprint with the same company, corporation, and now he has one. And throughout this interview, they're pretty much talking about how they are owning the I don't know, the imprint, right? And it's very clear that there's no ownership in imprints. There's this larger corporation who will pretty much bankroll and control, and it's almost like these are sales reps. They're like sales reps for the larger corporation in a type of environment that they have. So for instance, they have like somebody a part of queer LGBTQAI community. They have the black hip hop. They have the black political pundits. And but again, they're presenting themselves as if like they're literally owning some shit that they really not owning. And so I want to play
subsidiary, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Can you own a subsidiary? I don't know how that works.
Simon & Schuster is I was just looking it up now. It's one of the big 5 publishers in the world, and it is itself a subsidiary of Colbert, Kravis, Roberts and Company, which is an American global investment company.
Right.
So yeah.
If you keep going back, no.
Seriously, I'm curious. I'm curious.
Well,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I thought that's not what that means. It's owned as part. It's owned by Colbert.
He said he's the owner.
Okay, maybe I missed something there. Okay, my bad.
I don't know. Like I said, that's beyond me. That high finance is a nuisance.
So the dude said he's an owner of Simon & Schuster.
No, he's 13A.
13A, the 13th Amendment imprint of Simon & Schuster.
And he's standing there as the black face and then owner. Does Ronald McDonald own McDonald's?
Oh my God.
You laid a lot of books out too. So you're a publisher of 13A books.
13A.
How did you started in music? Obviously loved it very heavily. And then you became a publisher. How did you transition into books?
So again, in life, you don't get anywhere by yourself. You might have that eye, and but there's always people. So there's a woman, Hunter, who I don't know if you guys are familiar with. She has her own brilliant woman who asked me to manage her. After I also managed Salt and Pepper, and she was ghostwriting Pepper's book. So we had a
Wendy Williams book too.
Yep, she did Wendy Williams' book. So she asked me to manage her. And after about 6 months of managing, I realized like there was no pathway to really make money managing a writer. So I said, in my business, which is music, with the success she's had, at that time, she had written like 7 New York Times bestsellers. We get our own. And she said, Charles, well, they will never give an African-American their own imprint, and definitely not a female. So I said, well, give me a same thing like Patty. Well, give me a name or a number. And the name she gave me was Carolyn Reedy. She said, I don't like publishers at all, but if I had to be at one publisher, it would be Simon & Schuster and Carolyn Reedy. So I called Carolyn, who passed away. Rest in peace to Carolyn Reedy. And she was on vacation. 2 weeks later, she called me. I pick up. She says, Charles, this is Carolyn Reedy. And I was like, who? She said, you called me. She's the chairman of Simon & Schuster. And I had like 2 seconds to get it together. And I said, Miss Reedy, oh my God, thank you so much. Karen has made you so much money over the years. We like to come in and talk about publishing our own books because we understand what our people want to read. And she said, Charles, you're right. Karen has made us tons of money. Come on in. Karen and I went in. I stood up in front of a bunch of white folks. And Charlamagne understands this because he has his own imprint at the same place. And I said, you guys think that Black people don't read. We do. We read a lot. You guys don't know how to make book advertising.
Yeah.
And glasses flew off, and it's a whole room full of white folks that and
it is true.
Carolyn said, well, how would you do it? And I gave them a couple of suggestions, and they were like, man, it sounds so doable. So she said, how do we make a deal happen? I said, well, my lawyer, David Kokakis, who now runs Universal Music Publishing, is right outside that door. And she called her lawyer, and we got a deal done. So after we came downstairs, Karen said, Charles, I want to do this together. I know you did this for me, but I'd like you to be my partner. And we did it again, that number 8, we did it for 8 years. And after about 8 years, it was kind of time for me to kind of wave in the Karen Hunter flag, because although we were equal partners, we called it Karen Hunter Publishing. And I was ready ready to do it my own way, bring in my own content. And, we made a decision that it was time, for me to kind of, and I went out and I worked with another publisher for about a year, and I thought that publisher was crazy, and I circled back, and they were more than happy to say, come on back, let's do it. What's your vision? What do you want to do? So 13A stands for the 13th Amendment that says slavery is illegal. So it's kind of a haiku. We went from it being illegal to read to owning our imprint. And not everybody Charlamagne owns his, right? Not everybody that says they own their imprint. I own mine. You go on to Simon & Schuster and you look at the office. I spent a lot of money. My office looks different than anybody, right? Yeah. Like I own 100% of the name, the likeness. I do not get a salary from Simon & Schuster. I'm up there 3 times a week because I believe in what I'm doing. My bread and butter comes from the Patti LaBelle group.
Why are we watching?
Books are a passion. I feel like.
But
so
can we put a limitation on how much Charlamagne Breakfast Club content we reshare?
I was gonna. Well, this ain't got nothing. Well, not.
But is this the imprint list?
Yes, that's what I was about to go to. Yeah. So these are all imprints, right?
But this is the gallery.
That's his team. That's his team. Well, let me show you the other team. Let me show you the person who hired him.
Okay,
go
ahead,
because he claims that he claims that
BPM publishing up there.
Look, he claims that he don't have a boss, but this is his boss, that lady there, right? And he's in the center.
Wait a minute.
He said he don't get no check. We own us.
Look up. So look at all these buckers. Bucker. Yeah, Charles, you're a partner. So that's almost like walking into Walmart and saying, instead of sales associate, it says partner, right? You're gonna still do what the hell you're supposed to be doing, but you're a partner. But so before he he, as you saw, Karen Hunter was the test pilot, right? He was able to sell.
And not wait, and which Karen Hunter are we talking about?
The Karen Hunter, the one.
Karen Hunter?
Yes. He the one who helped her get the imprint. So this dude got a long history of working with Andre Harrell, Patti LaBelle, Karen Hunter, Mr. Cheeks, and whoever else, right? But he said
I'm done.
He said his own ownership was extremely important to him, and so he didn't want to just be an employee at Simon & Schuster. But again, Jennifer Bergstrom, she's the one who said this guy is a natural book publisher. He has great taste, great connections, as you see, great enthusiasm, and we're delighted to have him back at Simon & Schuster. So again, but
this is there not even one black employee there? Is there not even one?
Would it make a difference to you, Jared?
Well, here's the thing. On the interview,
what's your quota, Jared? I'll go dig one out.
No. Don't even worry about that. On the interview, he said,
"If that
it's some black people in there,
do it for you, Jared. I can dig one out for you." Man, they didn't broke you down. They didn't broke Jared. All he wants. Just one ball, just one simple one. You like
no, but listen, there is some black folks on there, right? But he on the interview said they're not black like him.
Oh my!
He said those black people don't have a black mind, but there's a black man who signed Charlamagne.
Oh,
and so Charlamagne imprint deal comes
scroll all the way down to the bottom. I found your one, Jared. So now you're on board.
Wait,
thank you.
Go back to our team and
so this is a black brother who actually signed Charlamagne's imprint.
Didn't scroll to the bottom of the page.
I'm gonna let Diallo.
Oh wow, okay.
No, that's one from the editor's pool. That's the back one. Those are the hidden figures.
Well, he the one who signed.
He's the hidden figure. But I found your one, Jared, so you can get on board. You can.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Let me show Jared his one. See it right there? Got
okay,
it. You got to scroll all the way down to the bottom. That's
all the way at
the
the bottom.
Stop scrolling.
But he said they're not black. He said they're not black like him.
And he said we after he. I know, and after he done proved we read too. My bad. I was just.
You ready to shop Myth Volume 3 over there?
I'm satisfied, boss. I just needed one, boss.
You got
I just needed one.
All right, y'all never scroll to the bottom. Y'all always go halfway or a third of the way. You got to go to the. She started from the bottom, but she'll get up there too. You go, Angel.
Oh my goodness,
Angel
that
there
was
fighting
hilarious.
for us. She in there representing us.
That was hilarious. Okay,
You
we got more.
No,
we got more. We got
one more.
You would be down with it.
Well, yeah.
So you down.
You know, it's interesting, right? Because me and Charles are both at Simon and Schuster with 30. He's got 13A. I got black privilege. We don't step on each other
at all.
Like if somebody said, like if they say, "Yo, no, are you doing a book?" and somebody says, "Yeah, but 13A doing it," I don't even.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to outbid him on anything
at all. And we talk. I know what he got coming. He's taught. And I don't say a word. He got some great books coming. Oh my God! Not just his. He got some that I'm going to buy. That I'm gonna. We talk about it, and that's the beauty. Like it's competitive. I'm not gonna say it's not competitive, but it's not competitive against one another, right? Like I've told him all the books I've gotten. I tell him what I'm going after, and he'll say, "Okay, that's a good one." He tells the people that I'm going after, do it with Soup. He doesn't say, "Nah, do it with me." Yo, Nori, do that with Soup.
Yeah.
That's he. So it's a beautiful thing, and it's a blessing with all these beefs going on around in rap. Like y'all could really work together instead of doing all of that negativity. Yeah, at first it's fun and it's cute. I was involved in the LL cannabis beef. I signed cannabis, which Charlamagne said that it wasn't a real big beef, but it was at the time.
So apparently it looks like Charles Suit, the celebrities he signed for the book publishing are established celebrities, people who have been in the game for a while. And the people that Charlamagne signed are like up and coming influencers and or activists, right? So he will do Tamika Mallory while Suit will do a Noriega or whoever else.
But one thing that I respect that's honest, that I think we miss with the black elite or the black entrepreneur class, 9 times out of 10, they find themselves in a position going to the institutional investors or established conglomerates or the moneyed investors, and they say, "I will bring the black consumer to your doorstep." So they serve up the black community. They're not interested in liberating or empowering the black community. They go and say, "I have this many black people who have faith and joy in me, and I can even tap into our history of enslavement, our history of being deprived of fundamental necessities of life. I can tap into that pain and that understanding that I have as being black, and I will use that to put black people on a platter and bring black readers to your doorstep."
And they did.
So black entrepreneurs go entrepreneur, but I think even when they are allowed to speak in safe spaces, they pretty much articulate our particular class is not there to serve the collective. We're there to exploit and extract from the collective.
Right.
But even when they exploit and extract from the collective, they only getting a cut of what's going to back to the white folks.
Small cut.
They're just getting a percentage. That's why I said there's really no black elite. It's a pseudo elite.
So his whole platform, right? So with Patty, he convinced Patty that she's the Black Martha Stewart, and that's why she worked with Patty's son to get them in Walmart. And they made like $100 million from Walmart's bakery alone. And he was saying, like, "Patty, you're in the music industry. This is a royalty-based system, and you won't be able to like have ownership over like products and content and development. And so with this one, with the Patty Pies, you do have control over the product and development, but to get it distributed, you have to go through like a conglomerate like Walmart." And again, so he's all of his ventures are
Pause.
customers to bringing black customers to white capital.
And that's the nature of the business. Yeah. I have no issue with some black person that's willing to play that game and extract those resources and amass fiat. But to me, it's disrespectful to evoke our enslavement and our struggles to suggest that there's some type of liberation or some type of resistance embedded in what you're doing. Mm-hmm. When it's absolute capitulation, it's absolute assimilation and integration, which you can do. But I mean, to evoke enslavement when you're there literally on the plantation where you're fighting to get, and then to lie about ownership and to lie about the power and control you have, I don't even understand why that is. I guess it's another, like, using black liberation and black struggle and black history and black suffering as a marketing scheme, as a promotional angle. That to me is my only problem. Other than that, go get your money, boo-boo. That's what Cat Williams said.
So Jared, I'm curious to hear your thoughts around, again, as Diallo said, capitulation. But basically what's happening, this is a brand positioning by Simon & Schuster. This is consolidation, but black excellence is being celebrated in market consolidation, right? And people have this, because of these two guys and more, they have this idea of, or this illusion that they be given, they got choices and they got power and autonomy, and I can sign whoever I want in the book. But yeah, what do you think about that? Like, I don't know if it's skill that they have.
As much as I hate to say it, and I mean, we could really save time on the run sheet and move on, because I literally don't have anything to add to what Diallo said. I mean, what he said is exactly what I would say. So it would just be repeating.
Can you imagine if
now he going to repeat it to not save us the time? But I'm just saying, you saw what I was trying.
Can you imagine if the three of us got a call from NPR? It's like, you guys are doing great. We want you to come over and do the show on NPR. And then we'd be like, you know, the Kill Whitey show on NPR. We own this and we are in control. And we just come up with trying to act all black while we sitting behind the NPR microphone. I'm just saying, if we went over there, then we just got to hold it. Don't lie. I just want to implore the black entrepreneurs, stop lying on yourself. The community's still going to rock with you. They still going to wear your shoes. Kanye went full Nazi, and I see them still wearing his shoes. They will still, you ain't got to pretend to be revolutionary, pretend to own shit you don't own. They will still fuck with you, unfortunately, but that's the truth. You ain't got to lie, Craig.
But I think this is quite interesting that they are, again, convincing these people that black people read, and then they are actually positive that black people actually won't read. Nobody's gonna read that. Like, these people are under an imprint of an imprint. So that list that Jared just sent, Simon & Schuster owns Gallery Books, and it goes into the Gallery Publishing Group, and under that is the gallery something, and then 13A is under that. So it's like, it's an imprint on top of an imprint on top of an imprint. And again, it's to them, nobody's gonna, like, none of their readers or their followers gonna go in there and say, wait, like, you don't, how do you own this if you're an imprint of an imprint? So they're banking on people not literally reading. So to me, that, I think that's,
and just to connect it to the previous point, all of this is happening because the investors in Simon & Schuster and elsewhere understand that Charlamagne and his crew occupy a space in popular culture that allows them to market a brand of blackness that is acceptable to white investors. So, I mean, that's, again, I'm with the, pending revolution. I'm not mad at people. There's all forms of business hustles, corporate hustles. I understand. It's the public presentation of this as some sort of revolution or advance for the collective. Just go quietly make all your motherfucking money.
Go make your money, get your bread up.
Because sure ain't no money over here over having true ownership and truly being independent. Ain't no money over here.
No, we're literally
ain't nothing. Listen, that's why I thank you to all the Patreons, everybody who
lapel mic
media. I appreciate y'all. But like I said, we can say it and we don't say it enough. We are independent. And that's another thing. I don't feel compelled to say it when it's true. You know, that's another thing. We own this. We are independent. You ain't got to. Is it okay to still quote Diddy, or can we quote Diddy or not?
No Diddy.
Oh, shit. No Diddy.
No.
Well, I'll say it unaccredited. You ain't got to talk it when you live it.
Oh.
Did you all know? I did not know this. Speaking of that whole world, I just saw, is it true? Is this, first of all, let me ask if it's true. Is it true that Aaliyah, when she was put on the plane, she was already unconscious from having taken some sort of sleeping aid? That Aaliyah was never conscious on that plane. And that she had actually, I just saw this video from someone who I would have taken as a credible source elsewhere, but this, I don't know. But the argument was that she saw that the plane was too heavy.
I remember that.
And said, I'm not getting on. And
heavy,
went to get back in the car, said, I have a headache, I'm going to take whatever, and I'm going to go to sleep. And this person said that she was given something that would sedative, and that she was had to be carried onto the plane, and was never and didn't, you know, she not, and then so, but yeah, I
know about
bad.
the first. I know about the plane too heavy part, but I ain't hear about the other one. That's a little rough.
Yeah, and the pilot apparently had been on all kinds, like he did that whole thing. The flight, the point of the video was that the flight itself was illegal.
Right.
Based on what the pilot's background was, the way that the company that hired him, they were not supposed to hire somebody at all to fly under their license. So the whole flight should never have happened. I didn't know any of this until yesterday.
I know they was forcing her to get on the plane to be at another location, but I didn't know about like under the influence portion either. But
wow, I didn't. This is my first time hearing it.
Yeah.
The story has some legs.
I mean, it made sense to me, and I say it in the context. It's one of the various other one of the lanes I'm in is I do watch pilot YouTube channels about flight, military, and otherwise. And this was someone who had a long flying career and seems credible in other videos. I don't know. So I just had never, but he never veered into this world of pop culture to talk about flight. So that's why I wasn't sure if this part he could be credible for this. But I had never heard that before. So, but it just seemed consistent with everything that we hear about that world, include, you know, that the way artists and women in particular are treated. So yeah, but
so we got the Legacy Center. We got Jared getting punk at Morgan State. We got Biden in red scare tariffs.
Why did you? Yeah, I am curious why you read that as I'm getting punked.
Because you're supposed to grab the mic. You don't supposed to let that man come up there and disrespect everybody like that.
Oh, I see.
You're supposed to take that mic and be like, nah, bro, that's not what's happening.
I'm supposed to crash the stage.
Diallo would have did it. What would Diallo do? Diallo would not let that man talk at his university. He would not let that man talk at his university talking about wild shit. But anyway, y'all want to go to tariffs, the Maconomics down there in Chicago land?
It's up to you, my man.
Legacy, where you want to go, Diallo?
That's
I thought we were going to talk about the Diddy defenders.
The who? The what?
The Diddy defenders.
Oh, that wasn't on the run sheet, but you can go ahead, go off.
Oh no, forget it then.
Go ahead, talk about them.
Go ahead.
You got a link?
No, Diallo don't need no run sheet. Go ahead, man.
I sent it to the thing.
The link?
Put the thing on the thing.
That's why I was asking for the run sheet. You put it on the run sheet?
No, he didn't.
I shared it in the
in the group chat.
The same thing you asked him not to do. The same thing you asked him to do. See?
I didn't ask him not to do something. I asked you to help us get more organized, which you did.
Oh, okay.
We had to sit here and deal with somebody's Charlamagne obsession all morning.
It's wow. You know what? Just because you on to that, you know, I think we should go.
Why is my thing? What in the world?
Jared messed everything up, man. Him and Air Doctor.
My logo.
What did I do?
Jared and Air Doctor.
Crazy.
You look like a talking microphone right now. Y'all want to go to the tariffs?
Whose man's is this?
It looked like a
you have to put your logo back
This
in
is
there.
this is a takeover.
Yeah, there you go. There you
God
go.
MC Jehovah.
I mean, there is a silent coup happening behind the scenes.
Actually, this
coup d'etat.
Actually, this is where we're going. We're going to the Legacy Center since we almost did we didn't almost did an event there, but since we were almost tricked into coming over there. But so Jay Morrison has apparently.
And we're not doing the Diddy defenders.
I mean,
Geechee's one of them.
Oh, like, wow.
Man, Geechee loved to see everybody's side. He thinks there's two sides to everything.
Oh, these right here. Are you talking about
sneak that in there?
Oh, I see. I see. What are you talking about? You talking about this? This here?
That's one of them. That's one of them.
Okay. Okay. So the point is that Diddy has been turned over by the Illuminati because he's no longer useful.
Yes.
Okay.
The Illuminati exists, and the Epstein list has not only been fully released, it's been reviewed, and it's under investigation. Like somebody had posted something about how all the Catholic priests were let go when they're going after R. Kelly. And I shared with them a list of all the Catholic priests who were incarcerated and prosecuted and convicted. And I even showed some of the priests that were assaulted. And even one of the Catholic priests was murdered by other inmates for his crimes. And the dude kept pushing the narrative that the Catholic priest walked away while they used R. Kelly as a distraction from the Catholic predators. And so that's this other thing, Epstein. And did you see the other list of black men? I think that would be of great interest. Just below that image, it would be of great interest to you, of the black men, prominent black men who've been taken down before our eyes, and we're dumb enough to fall into that trap. You see that link?
Yeah, I got it. What happened? It's not available right now. What happened?
Oh, no.
Did you what were you trying to get us to? You trying to get us another strike?
No, it was a list of all the black men that the system is targeting. And it had your boy from the Tulsa Center on there. Of course, it had R. Kelly, Diddy.
Jay Morrison is innocent and is what he's just being targeted as a distraction.
Successful, powerful black men that were taken down. But whenever there's a black predator of prominence exposed, you'll never see somebody's creepy uncle. And these dudes will never go, but you have to be wealthy and famous. And anything that you do that you're exposed doing wrong is some grand conspiracy against you. And there's a strong block in our community. Many people who identify themselves as conscious, many people in very prominent roles. Dr. Fubar for years was defending Cosby and saying it was a plot against Cosby. So
he just said that.
Like, yeah, it's just like dude from 13A, where people in prominent position will exploit our struggle for their own ends, because there is malicious prosecution. There is targeting of black community as a collective, or black individuals like Mumia and who are targeted and face a racist system. And then you get a black person who engage in predatory behavior, and then they try to get in that line of, oh, the system is after me, and many of us fall for it. Many of us fall behind it. Like, yeah, they after him, the Illuminati, the system, the man, the police. They want to bring down a black man. You know, they said it about Jordan. And it just, this is something I think that should be at least acknowledged, if not something we should start to work, because this is a byproduct of the lack of class consciousness that I think is a grand disruptor of concepts of black unity, black solidarity, and who we should be rallying around, or even who is a true victim versus being a vector.
Yeah, I was actually just trying to find that Umar clip that somebody just sent. I can never remember where people send me things, but yeah, anyway.
Because instead of the link, but basically that was a list of all the powerful black men who've been brought up on charges and prosecution. And Diddy was on that list. The Tulsa dude was on that list, and all the other older characters and some new characters that I didn't even know was in trouble, let alone targeted by the Illuminati or the system. You know, and I think it obfuscates the reality that many Black elites are assets and allies of the system, not opposition to the system.
Definitely. Yeah, I guess I can't find it. But I agree. I think that's right. I think that's right.
But anyway, the deity defenders are out there. So don't be so comfortable just thinking, oh, yeah, we all know. We clear on this. Justice is being served. There's a large swath. And some of them is your cousins and uncles and maybe even some of your boyfriends. Watch their accounts and see what kind of shit they're saying.
So this is not exactly the same, but this might be.
I told you my Uber driver in Baltimore was.
One thing I want to say. One thing I want to say. They always gonna whisper your accomplishments and shout your failures. Trump gonna shout the wins for all of us. Make America great again.
Who is Chef G in Sleepy Hollow?
I don't know. They sent that in our chat.
New York.
This was Randall Robinson
Wow.
was talking about in this book, and why we was trying to do the Black voter.
And we done lost Amber Rose.
Huh?
Right.
We lost
She
Amber
went
Rose.
Trump. Yep. I saw that this morning too. She went to Trump
The
too.
culture done lost. She left the cookout.
Shit, I ain't
She
even
climbed
know
the
she was
fence
doing
of the cookout and ran up the block.
I mean, she was with Ye, right? Weren't they together at one
Ye
point?
was
Yeah.
with her.
Oh, see.
But remember when Ye first went MAGA, she criticized him.
Wow.
But
So
like
the
I
real
said,
rap
there's a
community
strong-
is
There's a
with
strong
them.
vein of reactionary, right-wing, proto-fascist even elements within our community. Within the Black liberation struggle, there are a lot of family values who are celebrate kicking the immigrants out, ADOS, FBA. The immigrants are invading us. The whole traditional family values, put the Black man in the home and put the Black man up front. That shit just casually gets articulated across our community.
Oh, that's
And
an
in
old
the
video?
liberation struggle. And then we act surprised when people align with overt racist and avowed and professed neo-Nazis and fascists. We act real surprised.
I don't know who. It's somebody saying they them two guys in jail. So
Chef
that was
G,
an old video. Yeah.
oh, he trying to get a pardon because Kodak Black and Lil Wayne love Trump too.
Oh, I see now.
Yeah.
Oh, they've been in jail since
the orange
2020.
mushroom.
Oh.
So that's an old video.
Oh,
right?
I thought that was my bad. I thought that was happening now. My bad.
Me too, because somebody sent it to me. I thought it just happened, but yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
But you
Right.
did say one of the people that is being attacked and should be protected was this guy.
My goal is to be the plug.
Or to fumble the bag.
Smack in the face with someone who took a gamble.
People trusted him.
Our people are thirsty. Our people are hungry for knowledge.
He was the viral guy in Atlanta, spitting finance knowledge to anybody who listened on the street corner. But now Jay Morrison is in hot water.
I invested $40,000.
$500.
It's $2,000.
He got 15,000 people to invest in a real estate fund.
And they got what
$11.7 million they all raised. A new Black Wall Street was on the horizon.
The money has been just evaporated.
And apparently there's little to show for it. And investors are going off on social media.
Everything done in darkness must come to light.
I'm Justin Carter. This is TSR Investigates.
Over there sounding like Diallo. Everything in darkness must be brought to light.
Businessman.
No, hey, listen, can I tell y'all? Let me say this one thing and I'll leave it up to y'all. This man gave them the greatest lesson in finance and capitalism you could ask for. Because that's how it fucking works. You get rich by exploiting the gullibility of other people. You get rich by accumulating and taking resources from other people and not paying them what they deserve. What more do you need to know? Everybody that gave him money has no right to complain because he gave them a front class, real world lesson in capitalist accumulation.
But you know what's interesting? The guy who replaced him, Aristotle the investor, is probably as worse as him. Or so, for instance, this guy Aristotle has a some type of investing platform where he's charging people. I guess basically he makes like 1.9 million in fees a month, supposedly, right? Because he said he got like 10,000 subscribers and they pay a range of 150 to 250, and they paid him that every month. So rounded it up, that's like a 1.9 a month, and then so he's getting like $22 million a year, and that's why he was able to drop that all cash. So I mean, but he literally on one of the interviews talked about how the investors and the hedge funds people call him and others dumb money. Like that's a investment terminology of dumb money, and he says he's the dumb money, but the dumb money is the people that he's getting their money from, because they're just spending their money to run up a dream. So the new guy is going to be probably worse.
I thought the whole point of entrepreneurialism is assuming risk. I thought the whole philosophy behind entrepreneurialism, while they're allowed to take the lion's share, even though they don't do all the work or even the majority of the work, is because they they take the risk and the initial risk out front. Everybody love entrepreneurialism until some entrepreneurial shit happens. And then they come falling back and want the state and things that are paid for collectively, socialistic remedies to capitalistic problems. Sick of it.
But that's because the people who actually run the economy recognize that risk, that what you just described is the mythology that is imposed on Black and other unwitting elements of society. Because those who run the economy recognize that, or have always understood, risk is to be avoided in part by investing with other people's money. That's why they have the hedge funds. That's why they have the investment groups and this, that, and the third. And then to your point, that's why they have the political power that says, and if I do mess up, just create more for me. But then the mythology gets handed down, particularly to Black communities, through this media environment, this podcasting punditry environment of investment experts, as to your point, no, we take the risk, we get the reward. Well, then, all right. Well,
but listen, Black people are Rudolph, and those are reindeer games. That shit don't apply to us. And
right,
I think Noam Chomsky, is it okay to quote Noam Chomsky? He said the only true capitalists in this country are the poor and working class people, because we assume all the fucking risk, and when shit fails for us, there is no remedy or rescue, especially from the state.
And I just recently purchased the Legacy Center, and all I'm planning to do is convert this into a nice facility where we'll be teaching kids, teenagers, and adults financial literacy. All right, I'm from Atlanta. I was born and raised on the South Side, so this means a lot to me to acquire this property, and that is why I pay cash for the property, because I know what I want to do and what it really means to my city to have financial literacy taught the right way. All right, so shout out to everybody who has been supporting me. Stay tuned, keep watching my page, and I'll be giving you guys updates on what I'm doing. Tap in the Honey Drip Network if you want to be a part of my business and trade with me. All right, it's your boy Aristotle Investments. ATL, stand up. Thank everybody. All right. God bless y'all.
Me and Lead have never agreed more. Why the hell is he up there?
Because when they investments go bust.
Jay Morrison didn't do it the right way.
He's right there right now. Talk him down.
He didn't do it the right way, so Aristotle is going to do it the right way. So we get to get grifted all over.
He's already starting off on the ledge.
What you mean?
The symbol. Don't listen to his words. Look at the symbolism.
He got to sit high and look down.
Okay, if that's how you see it.
That's what he said. He's a religious man.
Did he buy the building?
Yeah, cash.
Where? Oh, so he got.
Because he's the one with that 10,000 subscriber base giving him all this money.
Yes, he get 1.9 million a month off of fees selling classes.
And you see, he gave all the specific details about how he was going to turn things around and fix them. You see the well laid out
financial literacy
plan.
Go
Right.
teach financial
I'm
literacy.
still trying to start my business teaching recipes to hungry people. So you're hungry because you don't know how to cook.
Yeah. Now go to the store and buy me all the ingredients and bring them over here and pay the fee for my course, and I'll teach you how to put them into a meal.
Oh, wait, well, we don't need the food. It's just the recipes. It's all conceptual.
Wait, we got more. We got more.
This is him.
And I knew that I have the plan that's going to not only change my community, but the world.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
And
what's your plan for the building itself?
Great question. I can't really disclose too much, only because all I can say is it ties into financial literacy, of making sure the community can come learn. You get what I'm saying? Kids, teens, and adults.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's definitely gonna be a learning center, right? And we already kickstarting it. I'm putting up 10,000 of my money. I'm sponsoring 100 young men, and I ask all the people who, if you get money in Atlanta and you say you down for the cause, pay for 10 kids.
I thought he got the money.
They're gonna walk out with
$100.
$100,
Money from nobody else,
and they don't get it until they leave.
The kids get $100
to the lesson is over.
You ain't asked me.
The first step on the path to financial literacy
minimum
is not
investment
paying
if you want to put in
to teach you financial literacy. Step uno. I love that dude. Who's the interviewer? He's like, I'm gonna change the world.
Well,
Like,
so
what you gonna do with the building?
There's some listen. No.
I'm about to change my community.
Don't be on his side yet. Don't be on his side yet. Listen. So that dude, you remember I told y'all, well, the second flight I came back from Detroit. So the first flight I sat next to EYL's.
We know you coast to coast. We know.
Let me finish, bro. EYL's manager. But the second time I sat next to Country Wayne's writer, like her name, I can't remember her name, but she's
I like you making up the flights I make up.
April, her name April, whatever. So she acts in Country Wayne skits. She acts in Country Wayne skits and she writes the skits. But she is on a podcast with Ernestine Jay White, and they on a podcast and they interview that dude who's interviewing Ernestine, and they all in cahoots together. Like they all friends. Like that dude has this little van in Atlanta that has his face on it because of his podcast. So they're like heavy in the black podcast game, and he been on Ernestine show talking about the stuff. And then when I was sitting next to her, she was telling me like, yeah, I know y'all feel all this stuff about Jay, but it's not Jay's fault. Like he don't take all the responsibility. You lose money in investments. so they like
an institutional investor,
huh?
Institutional investors don't lose.
Well, but basically they're saying Jay should be off the hook, even though Jay gave himself a large ass salary and most of the people's money went towards his salary. And then when they
remember, he used the fund to buy property, and then the property went belly up, and then the fund sold the property to him personally.
And he used his wife to she
was on the payroll.
That's what I'm saying. She was on the payroll, but so watch this dude's reaction whenever he hears about how much Aristotle, whatever his name is making per subscriber.
So is this you know what? So I had mentioned real quick, that the interview I taped with Mark Lamont Hill might air before our show today. We could talk about it. It's not, he just posted, it's not going to air till tonight.
Oh.
But he asked me to respond. So I didn't, my bad on this detour. I just noticed the alert. I didn't know that he and Yvette apparently watched a clip of our show talking about them, where Diallo made fun of her hairline or something like that. Because that came up in his interview with me. And I acknowledged
Diallo would never. I know Diallo personally, and I consider him a friend, and he would never.
No, I said Diallo is to be blamed for everything. Don't put me in the same category. I just on camera with him. No, what I did acknowledge, I for the sake of the discussion, I did acknowledge that we and I engaged in ad hominem. So I acknowledge that.
Don't ever admit fault, man. What's wrong?
Well,
What kind of man are you?
I thought it was. I thought it was
not to know that.
Oh no, I know the exact opposite. In my
But if it's
marriage,
taken away from the argument, I agree.
admit fault immediately, and we just it's a perfectly corrective measure.
I thought we were all in alpha status here.
No, I'm gynocentric. Remember, I thought we were on the same, but no, I'm definitely.
I've been accused. I've never been convicted.
I'm proudly gynocentric. I'm
me and Cat Williams.
all
We've
of
been
that.
we've been arrested dozens of times, no convictions.
So anyway, it's going to air tonight. But I don't know. I'm not thrilled with this. I mean, the picture's kind of wild. That's a hell of a thumbnail. But all right, you know. But yeah, we get into it. I guess sometime tonight it'll air. I don't know the exact time, but whatever. So folks can check that out. Or we can review it next week if you want, or maybe do a pop-up even if you want. Because I'm sure, Diallo, you will have a criticism.
Who, me?
Absolutely.
I'm Brother Love. Now that Diddy's out of the way, I'm the new Brother Love.
Okay, my bad, Geechee. What am I playing? What am I playing here?
No, you just playing this play. That's what right there. It's queued up. Just click.
All right. Oh, okay. This one. Okay, hold on.
Heard about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need to learn how to trade. How much is your program?
My program is $125 a month for the basic package, $200 a month if you want to live trade, and $250 a month if you want all access.
Got it. And how many people in the program?
Probably like 10,000.
Wow. Look at him laughing. He's doing the math.
Give me a minute.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just this is my own situation over here.
He over there blushing. Yeah, you know.
All right, let's get into it, man. So
Yo, if you're looking at this video right now, you're in Atlanta, you're in the surrounding areas, and you're probably interested in wondering, how can you get involved in real estate?
So
you consume all this stuff. Why aren't you rich yet?
I don't consume it. I don't follow it. I mean, it doesn't work for me. I mean, I kept trying, but
you don't follow it. That's all. You don't.
I also don't have the money. And that dude is a ex-military.
You just need literacy.
No, you do need money because
literacy comes after you get the literacy, and then the money comes.
No, that's not how it works, bro. He took his military money to invest,
and now he's teaching us financial literacy.
Invest not in the stock market, but invest in the program infrastructure so that you can pay for the program so he can get rich and not really invest.
You just ran down the program. Get to it.
Man, I am so tempted. He said it would be $200 a month to watch him do a live trade.
Don't do that.
I swear, for God,
that's
don't
not
do
worth
that.
it. Give it to me. I can eat for 3 weeks for $200. Don't do it.
Unless you can withdraw something like remember the coin with the string on it? You drop it in and snatch it back.
I'm thinking, I am very, I'm not going to do it, but I'm just so tempted to I want to screenshot or follow his trades. Like because how long would it take before people realized, okay, I'm paying to watch him trade. And then on top of that, I'm going to pay more to put money in what he's trading. How long would it take to realize that you're broke? So that 10,000, I don't think he's making as much as he claims, because there's no way all 10,000 people or a sustained group of 10,000 are paying that every month. It's got to, unless this is part of the Ponzi where he's recouping, because people got to be exiting all the time. So maybe that's part of the Ponzi why he's doing all these podcasts and paying promotion, because you saw that it said paid promotion on the YouTube thing. So he's paying for that, like a commercial. Maybe that's how he gets the new fish, you know.
That's the last one. That's the last one.
All right. I mean, but
Did they just play the hairline part, or did they play our critique?
I don't know. I didn't. So that's why I said, as you can see in critique, what I think I did, what I was trying to do was to say in the discussion with Mark, I am copping to the ad hominem, and now let's focus on the substance. Like
What
I
do you
didn't
mean
want
by copping to it? I regret
because we
nothing.
did. When you make fun of her hairline, and whenever I said that's not related to her argument, it is ad hominem. And I'm like, okay,
I think
that's what I'm
mockery
saying.
did not Malcolm call Abernathy a handkerchief head? That's our culture.
All of that, and it's not even just us.
But it take away from the content.
Hold on, I just watched a whole discussion of how Marx used to call Proudhon and Bakunin fat and all that. Like he was like everybody was giving it to everybody. So
and she ain't made comments about Africans.
Oh my God! What I did make quick reference
about the poor black people that lived in the communities around Howard and how they robbing people and how they ghetto. She ain't said nothing bad about no man. I tell you what.
She lied about me. She tagged Morgan in an attempt to get me fired.
Right.
So I'm not. So that's why I'm saying like I did make quick reference to that. But my point was, I'm willing to acknowledge that we've all engaged in this. Now let's get back to because I didn't want it to become a discussion of the ad hominem itself. It was.
I ain't the one that did that edge up. Don't blame me. Blame your barber. They should have brought the barber on the show instead of you.
Why you get this guy revved up?
Well,
He's the one that need to be caught on the carpet, not me.
Trading
I got eyes, don't I?
High frequency trading algorithms are what holds most of the market share that move the market. Second, institutions, hedge funds. Third, billionaires. Fourth, small hedge funds. And then the sixth, or the fifth or sixth, whatever, is dumb money, which is you and I. They call that dumb money, for seriously, like word from word. So that's the hierarchy of what controls the market.
Got it. Dumb money does not move the market.
We can't move the market that much unless it's like a low volume stock. That's why people can get in trouble if they're trading penny stocks and they have group chats, because you can get in first and then you can tell everybody to buy something and they will raise the price up and then you get out at the highest price.
GameStop. Is that what happened?
Slick. Seriously. They told everybody, let's pump this stock.
Then sold it on the dumber money. Because they're like, oh, it's going up. Let's buy GameStop. And I don't even
So it was a
buy games. Yeah, that's
so when a lot of people are pushing a lot of buys into a stock, it can shoot the price up. Like lots of demand.
That's not what happened.
And
holy shit. Wait a minute. That's not what happened.
I'm in Trav's Discord because I'm trying to understand this game, man. Because I don't know if I want to be an influencer, bro.
I think the interviewer peeps game.
It's like me on buy based on if they like me or not, or whatever.
I don't be worried about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need to learn how to trade. How much is your program?
All right,
my program is.
I think the interviewer peeps game.
Nah, that dude is he just like them. He's smarter than them, but he just like the rest of them.
So first of all, the fact that what he's saying, the dumb money or retail investors are what the point isn't. The point isn't that they can't move a market and therefore should take his classes to figure out ways around it. The point is they're just there to give their money away. That's the financial literacy, if anything, he should be teaching. And the GameStop,
it's a purchase.
But it wasn't the GameStop stuff. Oh man, I gotta go. It wasn't a pump and dump. It was a
subversion.
Really a. Well, it was a false.
It was the options traders. It was a FU to the options traders.
Right, but that was itself backed. The guy who was leading that was himself a Wall Street trader and was itself backed by other hedge funds. So my only point in that is they got promoted as David beating Goliath, and it wasn't that per se. It was one Goliath using some Davids to hurt another Goliath. But the point is, it wasn't a pump. But he's not explaining any of that. He's talking and using phrasing to make it seem like he knows what and he's not explaining anything to anybody.
You don't have to. The people paying $250 a month.
That's why I'm so curious. I want to see the trade. I want to put a screenshot and watch I almost want to lose money just.
But have y'all not learned? Have y'all not learned from
his
Pharaoh and
income
them
comes from
using big
the
words?
curiosity of people like you, or the faith of the people who believe in him. I think that's the source of revenue, the real source of revenue. But I could be wrong. It would cost me $200 to find out if I'm right, and I'm not that invested in being right.
10,000 people, which I'm pretty sure is really not 10,000, because you could tell he was like, when you got if you got 10,000, you know you got 10,000, and he's like, I got 10,000. But he was like,
well, he's probably thinking about the revolving door, and that it's not, because there's how long is somebody going to be paying him $250 a month to lose all their money, and to watch his trades be ineffective? It can't be.
He said he haven't lost in a month or something like that. He was saying that, so he'd be winning all his trades.
That's like somebody come to you and saying, I won my last 10 bets at the track, and you thinking that's going to predict some future. Even if he's telling the truth about what happened last month, there's zero chance that is sustainable going forward. He's betting, it's gambling. So I mean, so somebody comes to you and said, I won on the last 20 rolls of the dice. How do you think that's are you gonna bet your future that's like gonna happen forever? I mean, obviously it's gonna end.
He already got Jay real estate by a mile, because he got evidence of his shit working. But Jay didn't even have evidence. Jay just had swagger and corner classes.
All right, so he's better than another worse hustler.
So it's gonna
congratulations.
So good luck to those cats. But he said he's
Well,
about to remodel
use that big ass facility to have financial literacy classes.
That's what he said. He remodeling it. It's gonna look totally different. He's gonna make it even better.
And then he's gonna go remodel a brand new facility. I mean, if I'm just going off of how I know he's spending his money, I just going off of what I know don't seem to be the wisest investment.
Aristotle. He's Aristotle. He don't have to be wise. That's how shit happened. Yeah, I ain't playing no more. I had one more clip, but we done. We're done with that.
Yeah, let's move on. It's already 11 o'clock. Are we gonna what else are we gonna do?
So I mean, we could go to the macro or Maconomics, or the Biden Red Scare joint, the tariffs.
It ain't no Red Scare.
I mean, he's trying to destroy China because he's afraid of blah blah.
He ain't doing that to destroy China.
What
You're the one asserting red, white, and blue scare.
So he's not trying to attack. He's not trying to attack the China economy.
Ain't got nothing to do with it.
Really?
Economy.
He's not trying to attack that economy.
No.
I mean, we could talk about it. Since Jay, you really don't remember being on the platform with Ross?
I don't, and I even went looking for the video.
They took it down.
Okay, because I couldn't find it.
I don't remember when he came on my platform. When I first started a radio program here in Chicago, and our first guest was Jared. He don't remember nothing. You don't remember that, do you?
I do. I was not your first guest, though.
Yes, you were. For the show is defunct.
Why you put it? Why you? I feel like you're trying to make a connection.
My co-host was belligerent and argumentative and negative, and the show just disintegrated in under a year.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah. Talking over people, cutting me off. It was a horrible experience.
Wait, what?
For that short-lived show that was local radio here, and our first guest.
You were being talked over, Diallo? That is wild.
Crazy, man. Untenable.
That's disrespectful.
Jared was
you
our
shouldn't
first
take that.
guest, and he don't even remember coming on the radio show.
You should.
I just love how you put that together. That I was the first guest of a defunct radio show. It's just the way you phrase it. It's always the framing with you, man. It's always the framing.
You were the very first guest we had on that show.
See?
It was like our third show.
See, the chat already picks up on it. I said I sabotaged the show.
That's how it should happen. So Diallo,
I can't believe you don't remember because the real tough questions.
Diallo, tell me what's happening in China then. If he's not trying to attack the economy, or he's not.
My main point is looking at this. I mean, if you look at the amount of trade between the U.S. and China, it's targeted tariffs. But the main point here is the illegitimacy of the free market.
Mm-hmm.
Biden put those tariffs on there to protect local producers.
That's right.
So any black person on you talking about financial literacy and black entrepreneurship, the state has always defended and propped up and secured and advanced. You will not
And we got to
find
get our money right before we could do politics.
and everybody gets rich as a result of being carried forward by the state and secured by the state, whether that is shipping lanes, whether that is raw materials, whether that is protective tariffs. And these very policies that Biden is implementing, quadrupling or tripling the tariffs on Chinese electric imports, African, Caribbean, Latin American countries are precluded through treaty obligations to protect their local markets and protect local manufacturing like the U.S. does. So this main lesson to take away from this is not that America is destroying China, because China engages in this protective markets much more deliberately and aggressively. The thing is that China doesn't tell lies about its intentions and its free market and anybody can get in. China is more honest about it and more forthcoming about it because it's run by a communist party, where the United States engage in these same communistic practices to protect local industries, institutions, manufacturing, and resources.
Right.
So what this lesson really is that anybody that's coming to black people and telling that we can entrepreneur our way to power, that we can independently put our money or invest our way to power, when it comes to real power and real economic power and real economic representing one's economic interest and investment, the state is an integral part of this. Trump is carrying out and acting. I'm not Trump.
Well, Biden, he did too.
Biden. Oh no, he went further than Trump on this shit.
Biden went further.
But it's just that the story here is claiming that it's even with the quadrupling, that this article at least is claiming that it's more symbolic than practical, because Chinese EV makers largely avoid exporting to the U.S. due to existing tariffs imposed by former President Donald Trump's administration.
Right.
So,
but
and before that, Bush, and you just keep going.
But there is a strong consumer demand for foreign EV. This legislation and these policies were literally written by the industry makers. So while you sitting at home saying voting don't change anything, politics is all a scam, the elites are fully engaged with the political process, policy construction, policy implementation, regulatory oversight, regulatory retraction. All of these things are political acts that are integral to business. But you'll have black leaders that are entrepreneurial or saying, I want to open a school. How are you going to say you want to operate a school which is directly and heavily regulated by the local and even state government, but then you tell your people to withdraw from politics or don't vote because it's a waste of time? How can you claim to want to help black people economically and you ignore economic policy, international trade policy, and treaty organizations, or even local zoning laws and other local state regulatory influences on your industry? All I'm saying is economics and politics are intimately intertwined, and you can't do one without the other. And anyone that's trying to engage you about economic literacy or economic entrepreneurialism, but is not organizing you politically, it is not educating you politically, historically, is only seeking to scam and extract from you. They're not seeking to empower or advance with you. They're going to play you every single time. And that's why when you look at these tariffs and trade, it's politics enforcing and reinforcing industry and reinforcing business that we get left out of, and we don't even seek to get in that game.
So before the industry and the business, I guess this goes back
look
to
at this foolishness.
It goes back to how I was about to call the guy Jerry. What's his name? Charlamagne. Charlamagne was trying to make a distinction between Biden and the Trump. And again, we still have to talk about the same policies or the same fascistic nature. But how would you say the tariff on EVs will impact? Like, who would it impact? Will it impact low-income consumers or not? Which I don't think they even buy electric vehicles. But then, if China also has some of the like lithium pragmatites, and they have some of the minerals, but they also have most of the I guess the power in this relationship, because the U.S. is deeply relying on China. Like, what would you say Trump is doing? And then he's looking tough or whatever, but it's really like they heavily dependent on China. Would you agree? So I mean, I agree they cannot destroy China, but it's this idea of them having the ability to impact China economy, but in reality, China is controlling the U.S. economy. Would you say? No,
neither.
Yeah. To the extent I'm following you, I don't think it's it's neither. I would say it's neither. I don't think it's two not equal but relative powers competing with one another along certain lines, where between the consumers and the workers, that's who will end up suffering the most. And the effort is in each case. Well, that's a good point. And in each case, the attempt is to defend, certainly in this country, the American automotive community industry from competition. So when that article, because I even remember that from the 2000s when that article called it I can't remember, the China wave or the China.
The dragon economies, the Eastern dragon.
It was something. It wasn't that, but it was something like that. But the point is, when China wants to compete by sending more affordable cars into the market, the U.S. it claims it's suffering because its automotive companies industry suffers, and then of course they, by their logic, trickle that down to the workers and the consumers. So this is an attempt, the article's claiming this is an attempt to protect the American automotive industry, and obviously an attempt by Biden to strengthen his argument in the face of November coming up. But the idea that China controls the economy, I don't agree with that.
No, I'm saying, could it strengthen his argument can it strengthen his argument if he's on Trump's case for the tariffs, and then he do it even more so? So it's like what he criticized Trump for recently, he's doing.
No, well, the problem is that Trump was instituting tariffs to try to reinvigorate the U.S. steel industry, which didn't serve U.S. interest nor did it supplant China's interest. He also, remember, after he implemented those tariffs, China stopped buying U.S. corn. So Trump dumped billions of dollars in Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. He was giving away welfare. He was literally propping up U.S. farmers while grain and corn rotted away in silos. So Biden's criticisms of Trump's sanctions is that they were not targeted. They did not produce the outcomes, the projected outcomes, and he snuck in the back door and started literally handing barrels of cash to Midwestern farmers in order to maintain their vote. He was giving away welfare, whereas Biden has said these are select and targeted sanctions. It is not a broad sweep. He didn't go on and say China's destroying, China's our enemy. He didn't make any of those inflammatory speeches. He did intensify some tariffs. But if you look at if you go way back in ancient history to the Trump administration, he screwed over the American farmer that existed to prop up some non-existent U.S. steel industry and steel workers. And remember, he said he was going to put the coal miners back in the coal mine and the steel workers back in the mills, and it never happened. So Trump was just, a bull in a china shop. I think that's a wonderful analogy. A bull in a china shop when it came to his economic warfare with China. And we know, because we've had years to look at it, Trump lost and China won that economic warfare overall. So it's not the same. It's different. I'm not saying either, but to say and to recognize the distinction between the two is not to say I agree with one or the other. It is a critique of two separate and two interrelated, but two different strategies and tactics. But all of that is to say the free market is a fucking myth. And people selling us free market solutions are liars or stupid. Because every time the free market interrupts power and institutional power, the free market gets kicked to the curb. and they implement whatever type of state remedies that are at the disposal of the state at that time, from tariffs to invasion and warfare and bombing and sanctions and blockades. The free market and free market capitalism is a lie they tell us struggling people, so we go buy financial literacy classes from hustlers, thinking that white people got rich through planning and investing and sacrificing and saving, when they got rich through enforcing and catching the apparatus of the state and having the powerful state institutions act in their interest and on their behalf, irregardless and in total violation of free market principles and entrepreneurial ideologies.
So when Jared was saying that he see two large countries competing, and that's why I asked, like, is it not an intent to end China's power or prowess? So you're saying they aren't trying to compete or beat China or end their.
But that's different than destroy China. You literally said, are they trying to destroy China?
I mean, again, I think so. If you crash China's economy, are you able to win that? Will it harm the country or not?
Like Jared said, a large tariff on an import product that doesn't even come here in the first place, limiting their access to a market they didn't have to access to in the first place, is not going to be greatly disruptive. And what is actually
I'm not saying
doing,
it's effective though. I'm not saying it's effective. Like, we know the U.S. do things that's not effective, and sometimes don't even make sense.
So no, it's no real threat to China's EV market.
Absolutely not. Yeah,
but it is a nod to the investor class in the U.S. auto market. It is a nod. It is a flower. He's taking them out to eat and giving and complimenting their beautiful gowns, but it ain't really nothing of substance. But what's of substance to me is that the state, America, is not a capitalist economy in the purest sense. They lied to us, and capitalism won't solve any problems, the white people's problems or black folks' problems.
Gotcha.
That's what I took away from that, because I love to see them violate their own shit so that I could show it to my people and say they don't even follow the rules that you're selling. They're not even implementing the solutions for themselves that you're mimicking. You're mimicking the white man and you don't even know. We've been in this country the longest and we understand it the least.
Fair. Anything to add, Jared? We 311 in there. We spend almost 2 hours arguing, got to some stuff. I think we should be good.
We're gonna leave it there. We good?
Yeah, unless you want to discuss Diallo speaking at Maconomics Wealth Summit in Chicago in July, but other than that.
Can you go to that though, Diallo? For real?
What is
Can we get you a ticket to this joint?
Where is it?
The Maconomic Wealth. I don't know if Diallo will be the right representation for us in there. He might, start.
I'm not asking him to participate.
I'm gonna be there looking at hairlines. That's all I'll check. I'll tell you if everybody lined up right.
But it's this summit here, the Maconomics Wealth Summit, July 12th to the 14th.
Macro economic. I thought it was like Mac, like
no,
that's
not macro, not macro. There's be careful, Maconomics.
This is Ross Mack, the rapper, financial literacy guru.
If you have your white outfit, your all white yacht party is Friday, July 12th.
With the white glasses.
And you got your EYL crew is in there. You got Ian Dunlap is in there.
I can't afford that.
There's another guy back there.
I ain't getting on no boat.
Master, that's not him. No, keep going. Him. I can't remember his name. He looked pretty familiar.
I don't remember his name either, but
there's an NFL player.
Dudes. Why they coming here messing with us?
Because Ross Mack from Chicago, ain't he?
Yeah, I think he's from Chicago. And
I ain't getting on that goddamn boat.
How much are the tickets? It's only $149 for the early bird all access weekend pass. The VIP all access weekend pass is $349. You could afford that, Diallo. $59 just for you could go just to the yacht party for $59.
No, that's the last place I'll go.
Or what about the Wealth Summit?
I'm gonna wear an all white outfit and have on a life vest, messing it up.
You could sit in the audience for $100 on Saturday, or pay $300 for the VIP.
Yo,
what does the VIP promise you though?
You get a bottle on a yacht.
and we letting people come see us for $1. We don't understand the game, man.
Clearly.
Listen, man. You should know because he's from Chicago, so that means you should already know what time it is.
Look, we already got it. Look, Armchair Marxican said he put down $5 for you to go, Diallo.
Former Wall Street.
First of all, I'm not going on the boat. I ain't going to none of the parties and meet and greets. But were they there?
No, he's an Ivy League. He said he went to the Wharton Business School.
But when y'all,
right?
here's the thing: I go there, I get rich, and then I'm done. I'm out the movement. I'm only here because I'm mad because I'm broke.
Morgan Stanley. There you go. What? Yeah, he went to.
That's a good point. Yeah, he said he went to Wharton.
He got money. He went to Whitney Young.
Yeah.
Neither of my sons could get in that school.
Oh wow.
Entertainer.
They must not have had the right mindset.
Yeah, they shoot.
Bro, you see his title: Entertainer, Investor, and Financial Literacy Champion.
Why y'all hear about that? Nobody told me here.
That's Jared Homeboy. He acted like he don't know him, but they was up there talking and changing numbers and stuff, emails.
Macro.
Oh man, you know what? Dang. So I have to put out a request for anybody who sees this. The only way I can reconstitute some of these clips is if we find them in old shows. So like the Killer Mike with the baseball bat clip.
Oh, that's
the thought leader clip. Yep.
Oh, but you know a way to find it. Did you know when you look at the video on playback and you go to transcribe at the bottom, actually have our words on there? That's how you can find stuff easier.
Wait, what?
When you rewatch this video, at the bottom of the video, you click transcribe, and it'll have our word instead of the comments. It'll have our words on the other side.
Right, but how do I know which one of those did we play to drop for the thought leader?
Oh well, I mean,
looks like a home run to me.
Yes.
Okay, we do have
hijack and kidnap DJ Envy.
That's the
home run to me.
Okay.
Run, Envy, run.
Yeah, but so I need that one, and then I can't remember so any drop you all see in past shows.
That's so struggle.
All right. So what else we want to do? Is that it? Are we done? We're not going to do the
Maconomics.
The commencement.
Oh, I mean, if you want to talk about
that's all right. That's all right.
Oh,
You got a whole HBCU segment we could save for later.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing exciting.
Nah, I did look it up. I mean, the only issue is.
Were you there? Were you there?
Of course I was. It's mandatory for all. It's mandatory for all tenured and tenure track faculty to be at commencement. So of course I was there, and in my full regalia.
Okay. Why you taking pictures with these people, man? We ain't see you on video. You got some shades on.
So Samuel Jonah, who was the speaker, the only issue that first of all, I noted that he does not have a PhD, and he went to all of his graduate degrees are in mining, or in how to manage mining companies, and he comes out of the whole the Cecil Rhodes, De Beers, Anglo-American company that migrated from South Africa to Ghana, that Nkrumah talked about as being the neo-colonial imperial tentacle representative. And he worked for a subsidiary of that, Anglo Gold, where, again, much like the brother we were talking about earlier with the publishing, it's the mining business version of that, where you become the African conduit and representative that transfers or aids in the process of the extraction of whether it's cultural product or natural resource. And so in during his speech, where he wanted to give women some sort of credit, he went through a roster of women and literally went from Winnie Mandela to Margaret Thatcher. And I just thought, if there's, this is it there. Yeah. But yeah, if there's,
Winnie Mandela, without whom the liberation and fight against apartheid in South Africa would not have been complete. Margaret Thatcher, Indira Gandhi, Angela Merkel, and many more.
Angela Merkel.
Our Vice President Kamala Harris.
And Kamala
Prime Minister
Harris.
Maya Motley of Barbados, and many more have given distinguished leadership in the political life of nations. Women have proven their mettle in the corporate world as well, with leaders like your own highly respected Morgan University alumna, Valerie Thomas, the NASA scientist, Indra Nooyi, CEO of Pepsi Cola, Mary Barra, CEO of General Motors, and Rox Brewer, former CEO of Sam's Club and soon to be CEO of Starbucks, setting benchmarks for excellence and ethical leadership. And of course, our media mogul and
CEO of Starbucks,
to mention a few.
Soon to be.
Oprah Winfrey. You
were in that audience?
Of course I was. It's mandatory for all tenured and tenure track faculty.
You ain't got to remind us about the mandatory. All right, we get it.
Somebody said send a link. I want to call in.
That's a you need to invest in a body double. I got some suggestions.
Yeah. So you know.
Huh?
Who you gonna say? Who's the suggestion?
Nope, I ain't gonna let
No, he already said it. He said it on his show when I wasn't supposed to see it. He said Tom Joyner. He said send Tom Joyner. Oh fucking Diallo.
I thought he was gonna say Sinbad, Tom.
Glasses on, Tom. And just sit quiet. And I'll pay you after. Ain't he looking for work? Them boats ain't going out no more. Isn't there a website where you can hire a celebrity cameo?
Nah, I don't think so. Never heard of it.
You go to Cameo and be like, I got a job for you, an acting gig.
Oh, you talking about gig salad? I don't think you can hire celebrities for gig salad.
Yeah, acting, short-term acting.
Yeah, you
on
can.
Gig salad? On gig salad?
Oh, I don't know about
How many hours
gig
is
salad.
commencement? How many hours?
Oh man, it could go on for a minute.
If Bill Clinton charging,
it's worth it.
That's funny. I know I should fight back, but that joint is funny. See, this is what I'm trying to say. This is the one thing that I feel like has been lost in my YouTube experience. Jokes, even targeted at me, if they're funny, they're funny. God damn it! Stop taking the humor out of it. I'm good with it if it's funny.
That's messed up. Since it bad as a lot.
See, as a younger Jared, younger.
No,
Sinbad was on stage.
Still got a phase. Silly Top still got the high top. You get fired sending Sinbad in there, they catch him immediately.
Yeah, Sinbad he's having some health complications right now. No, I think.
Yeah, that's not now. See.
No, I'm saying he ain't.
Thank you, Casey. We for real. The joke got to be funny now. But seriously, like some folks, like we gotta have some fun out here. That was
Sinbad. You heard what Sinbad said because he's in a wheelchair now, and he was giving gratitude to his wife.
Yeah,
and he was like, I know I'm in a wheelchair now, and I'm sitting at the top of the stairs, and my wife might think back to all the shit I did. But she ain't pushed me yet, so
yeah, good wife.
Oh wow, why do we? What is this all about?
That's the third time they said it, so I don't know. You wanna?
They don't want to smoke.
There's the link. Go ahead. There's the link.
No, it's time to wrap it up.
All right. Well then, I mean,
come on. They got 3 minutes to come on.
My green tea. I had to tend my garden.
I got to take a walk, man. Diallo had me stressed today. I got to go take a walk.
You know how you got to do.
So come on, man. Come on through. If you coming through, hop on real quick.
Charlamagne said,
I call in whoever you want to.
So I meant to say, cool ocelot. So if I misrepresented, so I said this in the chat. If I had it wrong, if my memory or my interpretation of the event Sunday was wrong, I apologize. And Cool Ocelot said that we had a good time talking about Archer and all that. But if I thought you were the one that showed up and I thought you were ready to go. But if I'm wrong, I apologize, and I'm happy to be corrected on that. All
so
right.
we're gonna. Oh, it's two people. We're gonna bring Rob on first, and then.
All right, go ahead. What's up, Rob? Good morning.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yo, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
All right.
Great.
I'm well.
Well, I'm here hate watching, so you know. But let me ask you guys a question.
At least you admitted it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm always admitted, but I want to say it's very unfortunate that what happened this past hour. But I kind of figured that all you guys would move on and try to rectify it and stuff. So I guess that's what being a family is all about and stuff. But my situation is my criticism with you guys is the fact that basically what you're saying is, and you guys can help me out and let me know where I'm wrong at. But do you feel that Ujamaa, which is cooperative economics, is completely null and void when it comes to our liberation? If that means something.
But the short answer is that it's. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'll just really quickly. I think when we talk about that, I don't think we're actually doing cooperative economics. So when I go to an event and they talk about Ujamaa, you have several people selling shea butters, T-shirts, and something else. And what they think cooperative economics is taking whatever money you have and going to buy something from everybody. And I just think that's not building a cooperative. It's not like they cooperatively own some land that yields shea nut where they produce their own shea butter and they do that together. So that would be more so in the cooperative, I would think, but not circulating the black dollar. I think that's just the wrong.
Well, the Nguzu Saba given to us by Karinga Clause states that it's all about opening and supporting businesses. That's all it is. It starts and ends there, Geechee. So that's what Ujamaa, that's the Nguzu Saba. You got to start, you got to open a business and then guilt black people into shopping there, even if you got shit they don't want. That's as far as it goes. They've redefined and distorted Ujamaa, and now we stuck with it.
Yeah.
So again, if you got a T-shirt business and Diallo selling mugs, and I don't have anything, and Jared have a podcast, cooperative economics is not us all coming to buy something from you.
And can I say this, as Del Jones said, we were richer than the people who enslaved and colonized us.
Can I say something real quickly?
After me.
Yo, can I say something real quickly?
We were richer than the people who slaved and colonized us.
Right.
Poverty is a byproduct of oppression, not the cause of oppression. I just think we miss that sometimes. So getting the bag is not going to liberate us. We've seen so many rich black people get spread across the hood of their cars, just like poor and working class black folks. But now that's all I want to share.
But I just wanted to say that what Geechee, piggyback on what Geechee said. So there has to be a level of for us to basically spread the black dollar. Do you feel that there has to be some level of competitiveness within our within the black businesses, or
there is no black dollar?
Geechee said it before me.
There is no black dollar.
There's no such place.
What if there is?
What if we free and living in a Wakanda? I mean, so again, my point is, my only point, just to add in quickly, is just that with, in addition to what both my comrades here have said, the without specific definition of these and a politicization of these names and labels,
right,
or of claims of cooperation and cooperative economics, then it just falls back into another black capitalist enterprise. So that's really. I also just want to say that I feel like if you and others watch this show or this platform and its satellite related platforms with any regularity, I think it's pretty clear that none of us are condemning efforts at cooperation or even levels of business for the sake of condemning those efforts. There's a certain politic brought to it, to that critique that is saying that those are not solutions, that we need more radical political solutions to be engaged.
But I think it's a part of it. You can't deny that it can't be a part of it.
Yeah.
Depending on what you mean by that, I think we can argue that, but it depends what you mean, because usually people will say what you've just said, and really all they mean is what my colleagues have said, that it just means shop with me, spend with me and mine, and by default, it will again trickle down to benefit the community.
Let me ask this before you go. You go, have
it's
you
not usually part of some organized specific effort?
Right.
That's the point. Yeah.
Rob, have you studied, looked into, or engaged Cooperative Jackson at all?
No, I haven't.
Well, let's start there, right?
Okay.
And then I even send you a PDF. Let's start there. You could put your email.
Hold on, Geechee. You're not promoting properly. First of all, please start with, in all seriousness, if you haven't engaged at all, in addition to reading all the materials and the book that came out, check the interview that I did not too long ago with Kali Akuno from Cooperation Jackson. And I think most people involved in cooperatives don't do that and didn't hear what he said in that interview. So I would encourage everyone to pay very careful attention to what Kali said in that interview about that effort.
Easy. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick to you, Dr. Ball? And you were having this discussion regarding the debate you had with Yvette Carnell, and set aside all the, the name calling, the personal attacks, and the Diallo talking about she should have brought a barber or something like that. But basically, if you really stuck on your square when it comes to debating, because we recognize that we all have the facts on our side when it comes to our being descendants of Africa, being descendants of Africa and stuff, and not trying to be in a position to try to dispel Africa as part of who we are and stuff. But I just feel that if you really stuck on your square when it comes to this issue of ADOS and FBA, you should go ahead and debate it. I don't think she.
So I hear you, but part of what I was saying as to why I didn't want to is not just about my ability or my whatever. It's about that I felt like it's the invitation is at this point disingenuous. What I forgot to mention before is that because most people are not aware of the extent to which she and I engaged at one point.
Yeah, I understand that.
Most people are not aware, for instance, that she had been invited. We had agreed to have a debate hosted by a brother, I believe, in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And I agreed. She refused. So my point is that to suggest that I've been unwilling back when Renegade Culture still existed and was broadcasting out of Atlanta, I publicly expressed a willingness to do it then.
Right.
There's no interest because as I've argued, I think it's beyond the claims that she and others are making. There's a political difference that she and others in those circles don't want to engage.
Right.
And that's why, so it's just not, I hear you and I hear others who are critical of me in this case.
Well, I'm not being critical.
So we don't keep going.
I understand. We got others who want to come up.
Yeah. So we don't keep going. Appreciate you for coming on, bro.
I thank you, bro. Peace out.
All right. So next is it Michael?
Michael Bila.
Can you hear?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I think when the podcast started this morning, I was actually almost discouraged of even listening to you guys, because I mean the kind of argument that was taking place it's something that for me I think should be private. This is not a confession booth of what goes on between the members of Black Power Media. We're not confessing nothing to nobody here. There's no need to clarify to your subscribers. So much for religion. This is something that's private within their organization. It has nothing to do with what people think outside of the organization, in my opinion. And I believe in transparency, but we don't know who's watching the channel. We don't know who's following the channel. And in my opinion, if I see any disagreement between you guys, and I see that there's one guy who's actually, sometimes he's in, sometimes he's out, that's the guy I'm going to put the money in to kind of disrupt the entire organization.
So,
And,
my bad.
And on the other hand, I think.
Please, can I inbox where the feds, CIA, where to cut my check? I've been doing all this espionage for free.
Hold on.
The Russians, whoever's backing me, please tell me where to send. My Cash App is Bro Diallo, $ Bro Diallo.
Go ahead, let him finish so we can get the next. We got a couple people left.
You kind of missing the point.
I'm just want my payout.
Okay, hold on.
I'm doing this espionage shit. I want my check. Cut the check. As he
you keep asking. Someone is going to write you a check.
All right. So listen.
Okay. Let me put it. Hold on. Let me say one more thing. I think when it comes to dealing with the system that we are dealing with, they seem to be immune to a whole lot of things that Black people are not immune to. They're immune to genocide, to theft, rape, destruction, lies, to which our organization should be immune to, because that's what we have to kind of, adapt ourselves to deal with. Yes, they will, smear and create all kind of distractions to kind of destroy an organization. They will deal with Black problems. I think that's the way to go. I know it's not easy to deal with these problems in public when it comes to us, and yes, we disagree, but those problems that I think should be private.
Right. So yeah. So you don't have to circle back. So we agree, right? We agree that there are private conversations, and then there are conversations that we owe the public. We might disagree on which one of those things should be private and public. We don't have a problem with people seeing us struggle and have disagreements. And I do agree, just as well as Diallo says, that people paid and came to that event to hear us have a conversation and talk around things. It's almost the same thing this morning. People were expecting to have a particular conversation, but instead there was a different conversation. And sometimes we're not always in control of that. So we're not in control of what somebody might come to a show and say, how we might react, or even what one of us might say here on here. But yes, there's no.
Well, we are in control of how we react.
We definitely in control of how we
Okay,
react.
but
Yeah.
we didn't
We definitely have more control of how we. Let me finish. I'm almost finished.
Adhere to the controls.
I'm
So
almost
we're gonna
finished.
let people disrespect us. That's on us. That ain't
No.
out of our control.
Well,
They
again,
violated all of the
Diallo,
controls we put
well,
in
we about
place.
to
They
get into
completely violated and
This person
disrespected.
could have been the
We
agent
don't
who
sit here
started
and
this.
say like stuff was out of our control because we didn't exercise the control we had.
No, what was in our control was how we reacted. And I think hold on, Diallo, my point is, I think that night, I think we, as the hosts of the event, reacted appropriately. Again, I agreed with you. The only thing I don't agree with you, Diallo, on in terms of that evening is your presentation of your argument around religion. But that's something that's no different than we've already discussed. But in terms but I don't think what Diallo did that night was irresponsible. I think that's my point. It was his approach, again, is not mine, but I don't think what he did is irresponsible. And so that's what I'm saying. How we prepare, how we address what happened, and how we prepare to deal with things going forward, I don't think needed to be discussed this morning.
Right.
I agree moving forward. But Jared, I'm gonna give you a cut of my CIA check. Geechee, you ain't getting.
I hope so.
I don't want the
hope
CIA
so.
check.
I'm gonna give Jared a cut.
Just buy me one tea.
Just
buy me one latte.
Geechee, you
That's
just
it.
talked yourself out of a cut.
My bad.
Don, greetings.
You need to hire you a gardener with your little CIA check.
Damn, he coming. No, we don't want to see yours.
Yeah, he came in there plans.
He's showing you up. Let's get it, dog.
Make me show you the
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Hold up. Let me add to it. Hold up. Yeah.
I should go over there. Don't make me go out and show you the
What is
the
this shit back here? Is that dying?
What
is this?
Don't play with me. Don't play with it.
Shout out to Don.
That thing dying. Go ahead.
More life,
Don.
more life, more life.
Yeah.
Mama did that.
You said mama did. Don't be mad.
Sure did all of this. You hear me? Did all of this.
That's how my mama do too. We cool.
That ain't what we hear.
Right.
Y'all just have so much trouble staying on top of it.
I know you not talking about staying on top of flag on the play.
Bring it back.
Flag on the play, flag on the play, flag on the play. I know you not talking about some staying on topic, Diallo.
Yeah,
Diallo, bro.
nobody talking about plants. Plants,
You literally are you arguably my fave on here, and I cannot abide you talking about some staying on topic.
I'm gonna do a plant tour online because y'all don't know what I'm working with on here.
We don't. That's okay. But
Look
go
at
ahead,
what we
Don. Go
just.
ahead.
But did you hear? Did you see what just happened? Let's address you claiming right to be the head, nigga in charge.
Me? Never. I'm forever a proletarian. Even if I become president, I'm for the people. Me and Idi Amin. Even if we rise to the top, we still at the bottom.
He said Idi Amin.
It's not even noon in California, and you're lying. It's not even noon in California, and you're lying. I'm sorry, y'all. I really did have a quick. I actually have a quick and succinct question. I don't know if y'all have got on this, but I really want to know what y'all opinions on or what is y'all interpretation of the death of Iranian President Raisi, and what do y'all think is the real deal, right? I've yet to see any reports regarding malpractice or any conspiratorial things or anything like that, but just the timing. And so basically, what is the significance of this man's martyrdom, and what is y'all opinion on the context? Uhuru.
Real quick, let me just say thank you for the question. This is way beyond my depth. The only reporting I've seen on it has suggested that has been non-conspiratorial and has only been to remind folks that Iran is much more than any one leader and that they will be able to sustain themselves and recover. But beyond that, I don't have much to say on that, but I appreciate the question for sure.
Well, my mind immediately went to Mossad as sabotage. That's just where my mind went. But again, I would never assert it or claim it or promote it without more support for it. It seems like even the Iranians who are not shy about calling out, because there have been several nuclear scientists, engineers that worked on the weapons program, many military leaders up to and including generals that have been assassinated by Iran. And Iran has never attempted to cover up when they're prominent members of their government or their weapons programs are attacked. So I think if there was foul play, we would have heard it directly from Iran. But to be honest with you, Iran is a theocracy ran by the Ayatollahs, and many of the political leaders are not as powerful as political leaders in other countries beyond the clergy. And due to it being a theocracy, like the vice president can't even take power without the Ayatollah's blessing. So, I mean, me as my one-man fight against theocracy and the advancement of theocratic dominance of our movements and our communities, I think it is a good example of looking at, how a theocratic government or theocratically dominated government acts. But shit happens,
So,
and the resilience, like Doctor said, the resilience of the state shows that you can't rely on one leader, bury the man, continue the plan. It's an example of that as well.
I mean, bringing it up, I think I'm curious. I too haven't looked into the crash, or I think I did see they said that there were no foul play, but like, what does it mean to you, or what do you I'm not saying you're speculating, but what do you feel is happening?
So, just literally just looking for, or just kind of following the pattern of other Middle Eastern governments that are supporting Palestine and, and are raising this righteous struggle against the American-Israeli siege on Palestine. Just
okay.
I want to thank y'all for y'all time this morning, and the chairman wants everybody, as many as people who can, get to Tampa, Florida, September 3rd for the trial. Free speech is in jeopardy for us all. Uhuru, y'all.
Yeah, right on, Uhuru, and yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that.
So we got two more real quick, and then we should be out of here. Destiny, then Zenzi.
Okay.
Destiny.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So first, I wanted to say that I guess I was at the Baltimore event. I had a good time. Like I came with my co-organizer from the union. I did not find out until today that I was a Christo-fascist conspirator, a part of a conspiracy to.
Did you sign up? Did you they asked you to sign in at the
So
door and you refused?
I'm happy you asked,
You came
Diallo,
up and
because
you spoke. You did not come in good faith to participate and be
can
in
I talk,
community.
Diallo?
You came there to promote
Can I talk, Diallo?
your Lord
Can
and
I talk,
Savior.
Diallo? Can I talk?
I think has gotten more than his share of promotion.
Can I talk, sir? Because I am genuinely a fan. In fact, I'm a big fan of your show, which is why I started, I guess, by introducing my tag, Quilossalite, because I comment all the time and y'all say my name wrong. Okay, like I'm legitimately a fan. like, and so I was in town for a conference. That's the only reason why I was within driving distance of Baltimore. And so I was in town for a conference, and I and my union brother came out because I'm not usually within driving distance of Baltimore. But I was there for business and I had to leave before the event was over. Okay. I was genuinely there in good faith. And I think it's incredibly disrespectful for you to pretend like I'm not, or for you to assert that I'm not. But
you were
I will
asked
say, hey, can I finish talking?
Let her finish.
Oh my God. Like, don't you see how disrespectful that is? But what I was going to say is that I'm genuinely a fan, particularly of your show, Diallo. I'm so much of a fan that when I was asking about religion, I couched it in your own speaking points. I even agreed with the male chauvinist murder cult. I was giving examples of Judaism being a male chauvinist murder cult, and Christianity. I was saying that they drug a woman for Jesus to murder in the Bible to him. Like, that's a male chauvinist murder cult. I was giving you an example, right? I ask a question within the context of your own talking points. And what I thought was disrespectful was that not only did you not answer my question, you did not engage with my question in good faith, but I did. And I'm telling you genuinely as a fan that I was presenting it in good faith. Now you assuming that I wasn't, that's you not acting in good faith and then projecting that on me. All right. And so I gave a specific like comparison about, this, I was talking about how Rome, like the particularly the colonization of Christianity and how it had been used for colonization. But you you just went straight into your rhetoric, straight into your talking points, and it was incredibly disappointing. But I wanted to say that I not just did I have a good time, but my comrade who had never engaged with Black Power Media before, he was really engaged. Like, he's literally just a guy who worked at Amazon and stood up because of bad working conditions. And he's like, these are the spaces I need to be in. These are the debates I need to hear. And so, like, I really love the way you engage with religion, Diallo, because I was raised, if I was any more conservative, I would have been raised in a cult. And so you really helped me process this stuff. And so I was really genuinely asking in good faith. And I think it's hella rude for you to act as though it's otherwise.
Destiny, first of all, when I said Christo-fascist, I was talking about Jackie Luqman throwing the microphone and engaging in hostile or aggressive behavior in defense of God. That's why, and I think Geechee probably won't, but Jared will acknowledge that even in our private text, I said that in reference to Jackie. I'm sorry if you felt
Why is you throwing me in there though?
Because you seem to not want to acknowledge things that
what did I acknowledge?
Did I not say call Jackie the Christo-fascist even before we came on the air?
Yeah, I didn't say you didn't.
Okay, good, great.
So how the hell you just threw me?
Because there's other things that have been brought up that I thought were obvious to everyone that you claim you see the other side of. That's why.
Oh, so you're conflating. So you're acknowledging that you conflate shit.
Bad guy. Say goodbye to the bad guy. But
Appreciate
also, Destiny, when you spoke about Jesus not allowing the people to stone the women, and I did hear you and I responded, but there are thousands, I would say millions of women who have been killed, harmed, stoned, burned in the name of Jesus that Jesus didn't intervene on behalf of. And I spoke to the fact that you want to give Jesus credit for saving this one fictional character from the Bible and ignore all the women who have been harmed as a result of the Christianity. I spoke to and responded to all of your questions. But when you came in and you were asked at the door, would you like to register or sign in like everyone else who was there did? You and the gentleman you with absolutely refused. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I can bring other people who were working the floor. I was sitting up on the couch, so I wasn't privy to that. But you also refused to sign in or follow any of the initial protocols. So to me, that was hostile and inappropriate. Am I wrong about that? Did you go ahead and sign in on the Eventbrite like you were requested?
Okay, can I answer the question?
No.
Go ahead.
How it works.
You
Well,
know,
I could ask that. I just figured I'd see.
I actually do wait for my turn to speak. Like that's why I asked Dr. Ball about when the question and answer was. That's when I waited until question and answer to speak.
And that's all you said to me after I said hello.
Jared, that's not what I said to you. I said,
all right, my bad. I apologize. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why would you why would you say that's all I said when it's not all I said?
No, because that's how I remember it. That I said hello or greeted you, and your immediate response was, "When is the Q&A?"
No, it's not. I said, "Hey, I'm
I apologize.
Dr. CBS is the only one that said it right." And you're like, "Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get Oslo right because of Archer." I'm like, "That's what Dr. CBS." Like, we had a whole fucking conversation, bro. But to answer Diallo's question, okay. And like I said, I thought we were having a good time. When I said it in the chat, you agreed with me. Like when I said it in the chat, like earlier in this conversation, you agreed with me.
I know, but all I said was I didn't remember the timeline or the chronology or how that happened.
But you're presenting it as though I just came in and asked when his question and answer.
And then I just said I apologize.
Also, Jared, you invited me to give an announcement during question and answer. I was just telling people around the room I wasn't going to talk about it. So like,
wait a minute. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
But I'm sorry, you're presenting it as though I just came in and asked when his question and answer so I can present something. And so to answer Diallo's question, the reason why I didn't sign in, and I'm just telling you the truth, okay, is that because I was traveling, all right, I had a hold on my account because they didn't expect me to be buying all these Ubers in Baltimore. That's really what it is, because I was from North Carolina. I had a hold on my bank account. I hadn't signed in the first place because the event says it's free, okay, and it says you don't need a ticket. And so I hadn't made a donation. I was trying to make one at a door, and literally I could not have paid. I couldn't pay for the Uber on the way down there. That's why I didn't sign in. But for you to assume that is instead me collaborating in a Christo-fascist conspiracy with Jackie Luqman because I didn't sign in, like you decided to take that as an act of hostility. There's no reason. There's no real rational reason for you to take that as an act of hostility. And you, being the rational radical, should know that.
No one was turned away for lack of ability to pay. You were giving several options. I talked to the woman who spoke to you at the door. And your partner was also in the exact same situation?
Oh, sorry.
He had never been to anything like this before. I was signing in.
I didn't ask him that. He also had no ability to sign in, to give his name, to follow any of the protocols we set in place.
I thought I sent Dr. Mingo an email. I thought I sent her an email. That's what she told me to do.
Did you send her an email?
I thought I did. I really did think I did, and I was supposed to send her an email with both of our names in it, and that's what I did. Maybe I thought I did. Maybe I didn't actually send it. That's what I intended to do. She said I don't have to do it right at the door, and maybe I forgot to. But that's what
no one was
saying that you don't.
So instead of going back and forth, we appreciate you for coming on. Y'all can finish that in the email somewhere. But appreciate you.
Definitely appreciate the organizing, the union work.
And we spoke we spoke up in solidarity to the union. We talked about unions taking over the means of production and radicalizing unions. We spoke to that, but we're not going to sit here and act like, it's just a series of unfortunate coincidences, I suppose.
Coinkadink. All right. Sorry, we got almost 4 hours cleaning air.
Cause y'all, seriously. I absolutely cannot. This is not how I'm spending my Friday. Hey, y'all, how y'all doing? Yeah, this is a lot better. And I will provide some calmness, in my cute face. What can I say? Hey, y'all, how y'all doing? Happy Friday. Hey, what's up?
I try to get them to do yoga, but they didn't want to clean the energy. But go ahead.
Damn, shit, y'all threw me off my damn whatever. Okay, 2 short things before I circle back. Okay. Number 1, if I hear the word distractions one more damn time, okay, I'm gonna strangle somebody, because people be acting like black folks can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It don't make you sound deep either. Just cut that shit out. Second of all, okay, us having a discussion or a disagreement or a heated discussion does not mean that the Fed's gonna come in here and hand somebody a check and get the person that's like the angriest and loudest. Yo, come over here, yo, you want some money? And he's gonna take
messing up my bag,
some fucking intellect and some brains and shit. Seriously,
messing up my bag, Zinzi.
Sir. I'm saying, just give me half, okay? We'll talk about that later.
Now, I already got to cut Jared in. Now y'all cutting. I mean, all this arguing and disruption.
My God, y'all. See, y'all need me as a moderator because I'm gonna tell you right now, okay? If that happens and I'm the moderator, I'm muting microphones until y'all calm the fuck down, and I'm gonna sit here and tell jokes the whole time.
But in actuality, we had a moderator working the crowd.
You didn't have a good one.
Certain people were not relinquishing the mic. They were completely ignoring the moderator.
I'm sorry that happened. I was not talking about Friday. That I wasn't talking about that day because I was not in Baltimore. I'm talking about this show right now. Okay, so let's circle back.
Well, when we mute the people, they unmute themselves, so it's hard to do that here too.
See, and I don't want to talk about how if y'all have some good tech people, that will not happen.
No, we ain't got no good tech.
Hello. I'm not offering my services anymore. Okay. Again. So circling back, I did want to bring up something serious and thank you guys because this is the first time that I've heard about the concept of Ujamaa being capitalistic. People talking about like you're at a vendor, you're in the event, you have vendors trying to shame you into like, supporting the Black dollar and stuff like that. When that Black dollar at that vendor event is going to that one person and not being distributed equally. So thank you guys for at least talking about something on topic of Earn Your Liberation on this show, this Good Friday. And if you guys want to elaborate on that to kind of stay on topic and keep, me at peace because, Friday, feel free.
Can I share something? Because people want to act like I'm saying something. Where is it?
Do what now?
This is the original Iguzu Saba. Right. The old documents to build and maintain our own stores, shops, and other businesses to profit together from them.
Together, profit together.
How do you profit together?
Exactly.
Cooperatives, you can profit together, right?
Well, I mean,
but you can distribute profit.
But how often does that happen?
But I'm saying that's what it's limited to. When they say business, y'all be trying to take it further than he took it.
No, but so that's why I'm saying earlier about judging or not judging intent, because regardless of intent, what that argues and in practice what it performs cannot work. What I've also increasingly been trying to argue, as did Du Bois at the end of his life, despite being credited for other ideas, is that cooperatives within a capitalist society don't work either. If the goal is the collective healing of the national community. So, and it's not because the people are crooks. It's not because the people are stupid. It's because it is by design an ineffective way to get out of the maze. So that's
not saying don't do it. We're saying don't misconstrue
the goal is not to get out of the maze, though. The goal is to ameliorate the material conditions while you build for.
And don't wrap yourself in the 13th Amendment talking about you now Harriet and Moses and everybody else. And
a cooperative for a decade. And let me tell you, I was no freer than the rest of y'all throughout that time.
No, me neither. I was in one too. And even talking about that, this dude is acting like, first of all, if white people still don't believe that we read, they're doing that on purpose because that narrative has been around for thousands of forever. We've been reading forever. They believe that because they want to believe it.
Look, NPR reported within the last 3 or 4 years, NPR, at least to the extent that we can trust them, reported that it was like 87% of the country, period, had not read one full-length book in the last year.
Yeah.
So it was something crazy like, huh?
When would that come out?
It's 3, 4. It's within the last 3, 4, maybe 5 at the most years. I mean, it was some crazy. Jeez. So to the extent that that's true, the point is, it's not like anybody's out here. It's not like the book publishing industry is out here just killing it because the whole world is reading. So, but yeah, no, the idea.
The price of books is going up. Inflation has hit the books.
Well, they talk about that in an interview, and they talk about how they don't even read as much, but that's how audiobooks is even popping off. And if you realize Charlamagne and Kevin Hart has a deal with audio where they're reading the book, so now you can listen to.
No,
book,
they're
so.
narrating the books.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
I seriously doubt that either one of them. Let me just shut the hell up. But but no, you're right, because I'm pretty sure that a whole chunk of adults do not read a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with, people lashing out at kids for not reading when they don't read, just like people lash out at, kids for not learning cursive when people write with the handwriting of arthritic monkeys. Like, come on now. So yeah, it's basically, pointing the finger and four back at you. But anyway, thank you. I'm gonna get off of this.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna recenter myself.
Real quick, before you leave, let me just correct myself here. So whatever my memory did is why I got to. So I found this Pew Research study that said 23% say they haven't read a whole book or in whole or in part in the past year.
That's not bad. Huh?
So that's not as bad as I was remembering. So let me just give that quick correction.
One other side note.
What I heard was okay. So they must have that's all right. I'll stand corrected.
Who said
one other side note? No one said that. No one said that.
McLuhan said it changes the way, but it's not the same as reading.
It's gathering information. Stop it. One other thing, like there's a whole lot of right wingers that are very proud of the fact that they do not read. A whole lot of white folks are proud of the fact that they do not read. I don't want to hear no bullshit from nobody. And for me, it's however you take in information is valuable. I will disclose that I have legitimate ADHD. So, and I'm also in grad school. I can listen to a book and follow the words on the screen and kind of stay focused better than me sitting there. Now, if it's a book for pleasure, if it's a book that's really pretty simple or whatever, but I have really complicated programming classes and things, and reading a book about programming and how to program, oh God, just, I'd rather do anything else. So reading something and listening to someone narrate it, or what is like text to speech, to me is helpful. So that's me gathering information the best way that I can. So if someone tells me that's not reading, fuck you, because, hey, I'm getting good grades. To me, it's how you get information. Mm-hmm. I don't think you hear words on sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just I'm now Googling stuff. So according to YouGov.us or .com, YouGov.com, 54% of Americans read a book this year. And this was December 2023.
One book.
Read a book this year, yes. Just over half of all Americans said they read at least one book in 2023. Most of them read just a few books this year. 82% of Americans read 10 or fewer books. That's probably more akin to what I got stuck in my head and misread.
Could that also be affected by how overworked a lot of people in this country are, especially
absolutely
that are really low income and are on their feet all day at a job for 8 to 10 hours, and they don't really have time to read anything when they get home. So it's not always as cut and dry as, people don't read. And then there are people that have to go home and take care of their kids after they've been on their feet all day for 10 hours.
But I also think it goes back to that video of the guy who's saying all the books that help him, and people are reading books like The Alchemist or Think and Grow Rich. I mean, hell,
I had a bookstore and the garbage books flew off the shelf. Back then, Zane was real hot. I couldn't keep it in stock, and that 48 Laws of Power shit. But it did afford and allow for me to have more niche topics and niche books. So it was, but that was our bread and butter.
I mean, so back Zenzi, I wonder how being in New York, how many people or see like that read books like Charlamagne them get produced. Like, is that even popular because I know it's popular around my city because they're from there, but reading that book is not going to give me hope in people.
I'm kind of, I would say, fortunate because I kind of move in different circles. So I know people that read trash books. I enjoy a good trash book, but I also, enjoy something that's, valuable. So I really think it's kind of like Apologies, Blood Honey. I never read his same book. I'm not judging, I just haven't. But
Okay.
yeah, I think it's in New York City, you have a whole lot of everything. And it's a huge population. So whatever I say about the population is going to be skewed because New York City is just so damn big.
Mhm.
And so I still know people that read, but again, I know people that are overworked. I know people that work them, you know, because they don't have a choice. Then they go home and they take care of their kids because they don't have a choice and they don't have any help. And me being a grown ass adult with no children, you know, I have the ability. But I mean, shoot, when I'm not in grad school, even grad school, like that's reading, but that's a whole different level of reading.
Right.
So there are so many different factors that we can't just look at, oh, well, people don't read without providing them. And even back in the day, like back when I had my nose in the book all the time, this is before anyone could blame anything on social media because it didn't exist and personal computers didn't exist. I read all the time and people just talk about how I had my nose in the book all the time.
Mhm.
Now, I still had a lot of friends that read just like I did. But again, I'm in New York. You know, I've mostly, except when I was in Albany, that doesn't really count. You know, I lived in cities. I lived in New York City. I went to Howard. That's another city. So when you're around city people, it's just more people. So ask someone in a smaller town with a smaller population what the population of the people that they know actually read. I don't know of anybody at all anywhere, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but of all the people I know, I don't know anybody that's in a book club anymore. Remember those? I don't know anybody. Like I know, you know, people like study groups like December 12th movement, you know, have reading, they have political education, but that's a small population. And that's pretty much what they've been doing for years. Do we still have book clubs? Do we still have those discussions?
UAM is gone.
Yeah. So for me,
I think study circles are popping back up though. I think, I mean, I don't know if I'm biased because we've been doing it for like at least 7 years, but it seemed like there's more or it's becoming a thing. And so I wonder if it's like, if a culture of that is turning its leaf or it's becoming.
It might. I mean, all it takes is somebody saying, hey, I want to do something. Come to my house, you know, Wednesday night, 7:30. You know, once I'm done with school, I would love to do that again, you know, but I work full time so that my job's paying for my education.
Right.
So once I don't have that, I would have like a lot of leisure time. I would love to do that again. I don't even know about online book clubs. Like, do they have online book clubs? No, let me not say that. Does anyone know of any that they're actively in?
Geechee.
Well, I just sort of left one, but Geechee's has his.
Yeah.
I started one. It was a catastrophe. I'll never do that.
Why? Why was it
a catastrophe?
Why?
Because there's some crazy folks out there.
Y'all want to be in control of everything. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. You know, huh?
I mean, I'm just listen. Hey, where's the mute button, y'all? Thank you. So no, I think that just us thinking about those things, and you know, for me in general, if I don't see something that I want to happen, I try and make it happen. It doesn't always work, you know, but I think those are things that we need to talk about. Obviously, across the board, white, black, everyone, you know, physical bookstores don't exist anymore. Even used bookstores that used to be huge, like the Strand, you know, they're not getting, I don't even know if the Strand is still there. I haven't been, you know, I don't go to Manhattan unless I have to, you know, so it's like we all talk about how much we love the written word, but then these places that are selling the written word aren't doing
a beautiful bookstore across from Whole Foods over in Jay-Z's own basketball court.
So
there's a literary book. They have a beautiful stage.
Don suggested it in terms of APSP. My engagement with the AAPRP is largely because of my own reduced capacity. It's a book club. It's a radical book club. So we it's a study group, even better, you know. So I would encourage those also. And we're still working through gender epistemologies, and the chapter we just read on FGM kind of blew my mind. I had never, and its connection and it being interpreted in an African-centered, not to justify, but to put in the context to connect it to traditions of Mau struggle. I didn't know any of this stuff. I don't remember those conversations. So to me, that was beautiful as a discussion. So I would encourage, that might be a good way to do it too.
I speak to a larger thing because when I was coming up, intellectual outlets were as much a part of the Black community culture as cookouts, as concerts and dancing and roller skating. Authors and especially during the 90s were touring and discussions and debates were, and I always thought that the intellectual component of Black culture had started to wane while other components of the culture are taken. And I understand why, because, you know, you had a lot of characters and like, I don't know, a lot of characters, especially in that stuff Sonetta was putting together. People got really turned off by the Black intellectual culture. That's why I'm really proud of what we did pull off in Baltimore, because I know when I was in college and even before then, I could spend a weekend. I can go to Professor Mackey's study group. You know, they were bringing, you know, Dr. Amos Wilson to town to give a talk in the school auditorium, or I could go to the club before or after. You know, I went to see Dick Gregory give a talk before I went to an album release party one night. And so into the intellectual engagement and in stimulation within a community and level, and recognizing it being a cornerstone of our culture and how what we do when we come together, that needs to be reinvigorated because it's waned greatly since the 90s.
That's agreed.
He said great.
Exactly.
So EYL, not EYL, damn. BarterBuild is reading Two Blacks and Raul's London Black Rage. We're in our third week of it, and Two Black be chiming in, and also I guess Raul will be there.
Yeah, I saw that interview. That was great.
Yeah. I think it's a solid book.
But anyway,
well, we thank you though.
Thank you, Zenzi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Y'all had us on here for 4 hours.
Let's get a latte when I'm in New York, Zenzi.
That dude. She says she don't go to Manhattan if she can avoid it. So
I'm a Brooklynite.
You too bougie to get coffee with, man. Diallo is like a dictator in a coffee spot. He's bougie and he wants to control what you drink and eat too. He's like frowning at what I'm drinking. I'm like,
Manhattan is lit.
All right, are we staying on to talk after this, or are you gonna be making quick exits?
Yeah, we need to do that, and then but we need to wrap up.
About what?
I don't know. Peace, everybody. If you're willing to fight for it, like, share, subscribe, support the Patreon, the Discord. Everything's in the show description. Catch you next week on.
You got to earn your liberation.